Hello. It is time. Is that sideways? Why does this seem sideways? Is it? It's... I don't know what to do about that. I think it's sideways. My monitor? Maybe I'm seeing things. Maybe it's just the lines in the background aren't straight. Okay. Alright, so I was in the middle of changing it. Well, just writing my own IK. And then trying to figure out this crazy thing that's happening here. Which I had kind of a realization. It is a lot simpler than I think it is. There's a lot of redundancy here. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm just taking the this local forward. Okay, so let me organize this in a way that I think actually makes sense. We're fixing this vector. We are giving it the forward doesn't really make sense, I think, because that should just come from the global rest. So I could just give it offset, and then I have the joint settings, and that's all it really needs. Because essentially we take the vector, we make sure it is its angle from the vector to the forward of the global rest is no greater than the angle that it defines. So essentially then what I do is I take vector, I can just call this offset, which would just be a quaternion. So I just really take the vector and I translate it back according to the offset. So that now we're just in like pure normal space, I guess. And then, well, I guess it is related to that forward vector, but I can obtain a forward vector from the quaternion, which is I think what I want to do. I should just obtain the forward vector from this because these are the same things. So vector is supposed to be new bone rotation, which is a relative transformation. So instead, I don't even want global rest. I want, or no, I do. Bone transform is the global pose of the bone. Let me even actually call this rotation instead. This will make things way, way better. So I take the rotation, the origin point, and then that. And this returns a quaternion. Right? Okay. So now a lot of this stuff just kind of falls away. So what I want to do is I want to get the, I mean, it's exactly what I have written here. So origin, inverse, rotation. There's the local rotation. Why not have, oh, yeah. The length is not even a relative factor anymore. And then I need to like produce a space from this. So what I can do is I can just take origin, so yeah, I'm really just taking like local rotation and doing some stuff here. So what I can do then is I can say I have the local forward, which is now local rotation, and then the local right. So I can still make all this stuff. It's probably still fine. Limitation right axis. Now the issue is that this has to be inverted, so I can probably actually just go into here and make like a function to return this value. So I'll just do that. So I'll just say, if I have a none, well, what's the point of making this space? Honestly, I don't know what the point of it is. Because of course this was an API probably written by some AI or something. because I don't know why you would write a general AI API for a single implementation. That literally doesn't make any sense. I don't know why you would do that. Because there's just a lot of extra stuff here that I really don't think is actually necessary. I was thinking like, oh, maybe it's still fine. No, I don't. I don't think it's fine. I don't think it makes sense at all. Hello, slightly moldy toast. Really, all I'm doing is I'm making sure the arc between rotation and origin is not more than the angle. So in fact, I can probably just check this right away. If I don't have it, I can't do anything. Okay. Godot, yep. It is Godot. I've given up on using Godot's IK stuff and I'm writing it myself. It's been a continuous issue. So now I have local set. Now I can just check the angle. I believe it is local to... Or rather, I don't even think I need to... What does angle to take? It's to another quaternion. So I think I'm actually just taking the angle to origin instead. So I don't do that. I believe it's actually meant to be half of this angle. Let me check. Yeah, it is half the angle. Right, okay. Otherwise, I have to... I need to convert both of these to a basis to get a forward, unless there's some way that I can get that. Yeah, how do I get the axis between two vectors? Or quaternions? Do we have cross? No. Alright, so what does... Oh. Well, honestly, I actually could just do a... I could just do this. There's a dot. If 1 minus the cosine is greater than... So if the cosine is nearly 1, which means they're nearly aligned, standard case? No, I messed that up. If 1 minus... Oh, no. This is when it is not nearly aligned. I think I probably can just do spherical linear interpolation, actually. Spherical linear... Does that even make sense? Is that really what it's called? Spherical linear interpolation? Spherical linear. Okay. So what I can do is I have the full angle between them, and I have the limit, the max angle. So I guess I could probably just calculate it here, because I'm going to need it. Alright, so when they are greater, I need to... The thought here is that it will... What I would normally do is I would turn these both into the basis, get the y component, cross that to get the axis of rotation, and then apply rotation on that axis to fit it. But I can also just use spherical, or I can just use interpolation. So I want to interpolate. It might even make sense to interpolate from origin to rotation. That might. If I were to use a weight of... If it was angle over the angle, this is just 1. So I snap it to rotation. If I said max angle over the angle, does this make sense? So I know that's always the case that angle is greater than max angle. So this makes sense. I think this makes sense. Let me see. I just need to do some math a few times just to make sure. Well, I guess I can just prove it. So that I'll also use degrees just to make it easier. So the delta angle is 90. So the max angle is 20. So if I were to write max angle over the delta angle, I don't know what that is yet. So this would be... Okay. So there's the idea. This must be equivalent to this. Hang on. So this multiplied by... Actually, yeah, I mean, now that makes a lot of sense to me. This multiplied by the delta angle must be equivalent to max angle, which, I mean, just reading it, you can tell that it is. So, because if I pass in 1, an interpolation weight of 0 to 1, 1 would mean I travel the entire delta angle. 0 would mean I travel 0. 0.5 would be half the delta angle. So effectively, the interpolation is multiplied by that delta angle. Okay, yeah, this should be right. So, yeah, what is essentially compacted now into 5 lines of code, took 3 files, 4 different functions, 5, actually maybe 6 different functions. What a mess. What a mess that is. What am I not using? What do you complain about? What do you complain about? Rotation is shadowing our declared property. Well, why would that? You're gonna tell me origin is also okay. So should this not also work in the case that angle is less than max angle? That would just mean it would always interpolate to 1. Yeah, because if max angle is greater than angle, then the result of this calculation would be greater than 1. Which I would actually just clamp it to 1. Wow. How much simpler everything is. And then I thought maybe the axis might be incorrect because this may not be tolerant of defects and instead fully correct for those. And in fact, it does fully correct for defects, so I do not want it to do that. I want this to simply not add anything, which means... yeah, I more just need to take this rotation to target and fix it so that it only contains rotation on the axis I allow. So before I do this, I could actually move this afterwards, because this should fix rotation to target. This can, yeah. Can this fix rotation to target? I obtain the axis, I do this, axis correction. This can fix rotation to target. And then this can drop all the way down here. Whoops. So yeah, and this is I honestly don't know how I didn't think of doing this. I even set up like a full 3D model and was like messing with it and saying like, oh, if I do this, I could limit it this way. I think this one. You can just take the axis, apply that rotation, and then calculate specifically the one that will bring it back to where it should be, and apply that to here. And that corrects, that fixes this rotation to be only along this axis. And then I can just apply that directly here. I may as well write it that way. So now I have the new bone rotation, and then I can say, I think at this point I just apply it. Now this is a global... Ooh. Well, I guess I do have this bone transform. So what I can do is I can just say this to be rotated. No, I think I really specifically want... Actually, hang on. So if I rotate something, that should only rotate it in place. It shouldn't cause a change to its position. Is there anything that correct? Like if I say to apply a rotation, how does a skeleton track this? They store a pose position and a pose rotation. But if I set... Yes, that's kind of the thing I'm worried about. I would like to only set the rotation. So what I can do is I can say set bone pose rotation to... I need to have new bone rotation relative to its parent. So if I know that I'm going to have that, I probably may as well get it up here. Yeah, that doesn't work. The thing is, like, Godot has these methods that exist where I can take a transform and either I take a transform and provide a quaternion and it will return a quaternion, or I take a quaternion, provide a transform, and it will return a quaternion. One of those two. That's in there. They're just not in the API for some reason, for math. Because this works for vectors, it doesn't work for quaternions. Maybe then I just take... Maybe I just take the basis. No. So then I have to do... Wait, also limit rotation takes quaternions. Hang on. So... Also, why, like, it's so weird that quaternions and basis just have no... They don't care. So weird. Wait, but I can take a basis. No, I can't. Okay, so... Yeah, whatever. So because I'm doing this one pretty much just for... as a rotation, then I'll just take that. Such a long line. So if I'm correct, A minus B is equivalent to B inverse times A. Yeah, because I want to do this rotation minus the parent rotation. All right. Whoa. All right. Settings. Settings. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is why. What if it just... If I were to add one, if any of these were null, it creates one. Maybe that can work. Let me try that. What? What? I'm doing it right. Reload scene. Maybe, yeah, maybe it didn't work because of the setter. No, not found. I'm gonna ignore all that. Oh, look, another resources. Great. Okay. So when I add, they're gonna initialize. Huge. I'm gonna set the target nodes, and then I would set correction rates, and then joint list, and then joint list and do the same thing. And when I do that, I also have to give them... Actually, I don't know if I have to give them a path. I think they just figure that out on their own when I save it. Yeah. Let me at least give them a name, I guess. There. Oh, it's a resource name. Of course, resource name. Great. And I get the joint resources. Cool. Now I need to make it so that these can print out. Ooh. Oh, and then I'm supposed to check again. After wow, after every iteration. Okay. So when I add bone list, chain bone list. What is this for? Right, of course. The individual. So each chain knows which bones it is manipulating. I probably mean to... How do these work? Validate property, bone name hint. I need to provide the bone name hint to these when I create them. You know what? Let me just have this be... We call it that instead. And then I think I mean to do this as well. No, it's not really setting list updated. This is more like... All right. I would like to move this here, back up here. So every time it is changed, I ensure that I don't have any nulls sitting in there. And this is going to be update, chain. Update chain list. And then all this code will run there instead. So this obtains that, we resize this, we calculate all of these. if either one of these is a -1, I'm just gonna ignore it. Because what also this means is that if I set the end bone but not the root bone, we're just gonna go all the way up the list and assume that we're just IK the entire thing, and it will actually do that. And I don't want to do that. Let me do it this way. I'm also thinking that every single chain needs to have the well, not really, but I should. Because I would like to be able to preview it in the editor. So what will happen then is the chain needs to emit a change whenever I change these. These need to emit changed. Not target node, I think. I think target node I can probably just ignore on the iterate or process modification. Where if I don't have the target node, I skip over that one, right? So that's fine. But specifically when either one of these change, I need to emit a change. Which sucks, because I really wish that that was a default, or it would be like a parameter up here to say like, emit change when this value changes. I'll have to write all this every single time. And even then, I don't like emit changed because then I have to listen to specific ones, so I actually want to have a signal and say bone changed. I'd much rather do that. Because otherwise I have to like, I would have to check and it'd be noisy because it would be like every single possible property. Hey, Danilin. What? What'd you say? Yeah, target node I don't care about. Rest correction I don't care about. Joint list I don't care about. But when those change, I need to listen to it. So, ready. Update chain list. And then I will also do a... There's just some stuff in here that I wish was better. Disconnect. I could have just copied that smarter without the dis at the start. Make those underscores. I'm getting pissed with Brave. I think I'll move to Zen browser full time. Why not Firefox? This is an inversion. Yeah, let me write this. If setting and not connected. This feels like a little bit more sensible. Firefox is gay. Oh, okay. Do I need to connect every time I add something? I do. I do have to do that. So I'll just say like connect setting list and update chain list anytime I do those. Anytime I modify that. Enter tree connect, exit tree disconnect. These are the common things that I would just say like, all right, I need like some shorthand to just make all of that happen. I want every element in this list to connect to a certain function. I want them to disconnect when they leave, and I want them to reconnect when they come back. I mean, also, like, the enter-exit tree thing, I think is also dumb, because when you reparent, you say everything, hey, you're leaving the tree, and you say to everything, hey, you're coming back. It should just not call either one of those two, because it's moved. It's like func move tree. That's what you should say. And most of the time, you don't care. It's just noisy, and you're doing a bunch of extra stuff for reparenting or moving a node. Can you make a game of Formula 1 25 for Android devices? Hi, Bila Walden 690. Yes. Supposedly you can. Supposedly, Godot thinks someone is crazy enough that they're going to make a full game on their phone at the same time. I think that's nuts. I kind of like racing, but can't afford a racing sim. What? A controller. You get a controller. Don't get a wheel. Those are silly. Update chain list. What's you should right. Oh. Never mind. I just have to update the entire thing anytime something changes, I guess. Wait, that was actually crazy. I just saw two like pest control vans just drive past each other. That's funny. Two different businesses. That's really funny. There's no fun with controller? Okay, sure. I've been to arcades. I've used wheels. I definitely prefer controllers. What game are you making? I am making a first-person shooter where you shoot robots. And I'm making the first enemy, which is a 6-legged crawling robot. I kind of want this to... I'm stuck on this warning or an error here. It would be nice if it would warn if I hit play. And either one of these were true. Then that would be a problem. But I don't want it to do that when I open the scene or just starting up the editor. I mean, I guess then I just say like if. I just ignore that one otherwise. Well, let me do it in here. And then I need the special naming thing again. I wish I could make a top level function. That'd be nice. Chess Discord, you better watch it. Man. I'm busy. I'm not going to click play on that. I'm just not going to do it. Can you get some deals with a game dev on Android, like 3D games? What language of the game engine? What game engine would be... What? You can just make a game for Android. That's all I know about it. And supposedly you can like download the Godot engine on your phone and make it on your phone. That's all I know about it. Is path a used name? Do I have path? I do have path. Alright, because I have this in so many places already. No, I can't. Alright, I'm just gonna copy it. I'll put it here. Better to ask AI than ask anything to this dude. I'm not an AI, and I'm not going to give you a whole description of it. Just look it up, please. Look it up. It's such a new thing, the AI might not even get it right. So you would be far better off just looking it up. If you want to ask about the distance to the moon, that's such a common thing, then yeah, ask an AI that. But if you're asking for like Godot Android development, don't ask an AI. Sorry, large language model. They haven't trained on that yet. Is missing bone targets? Bone targets? Is missing... There's a model trained on Godot. Like, okay, if you're serious about doing game development, you have to abandon the language models. You have to. Because you're not taking it seriously at that point. You might as well say like, hey, I want to learn how to draw, and then ask a visual model to produce a bunch of images for you. You're not drawing, right? AI is great for learning. I disagree. I think that's a hype and false statement. It's a great learning tool. I think it's only good for a professional who already knows what they're looking for and knows what is correct and like forgot the word for something. It's like, hey, like a doctor saying, hey, what was that disease that's like causes these symptoms? And then they look and like, oh yeah, that's definitely the one. Because they already knew it. They just like forgot a word. Not for like, hey, I have these symptoms, I don't know what I have, and the model would just say, oh, you have cancer. And it's like, no, you probably just like had a big lunch or something. Like something crazy like that. The problem is you think it is the same. It is literally not any better. It's not. It makes the same mistakes. It is still confidently wrong. People still think that it's good to learn something niche as well. It's not. Because the model is trained on like a couple of Reddit posts of the thing that you're asking about. Especially the concept people think it's like an assistant who can like look up things for you. It's just gonna do it's just gonna like literally look up and summarize. And you're gonna be like, oh, okay, and then you're gonna click the link to go to what it summarized from, and you're just gonna like, the AI was just a glorified search engine. Technologically illiterate Santana. What? Like, it's just for looking up a word, honestly. Like, that's the only actual use case. You can describe a word, but you don't know what the word is. And also, especially around Godot, there's just such a spam of very low quality people who have never made a game before teaching you like game dev truths almost. So the language models are just consuming that and regurgitating that, and it's all terrible. Like they're ignoring core features of the engine because either they didn't exist or the person who made the tutorial just didn't know about it at the time. Or what's more likely, they were following a tutorial from a time when it didn't exist, and no one is ever like learning anything anymore. Because they're not actually trying to say, hey, what is this thing? Let me try to find it. They're reconsuming everything all the time. cannot find bone. Is that really all I have to say? Does iterate chain... I probably need to say, like, if the thing is empty, then I should not do anything, right? Bone count. Yeah, because this is an instant out of bounds thing. Okay, that's good. Bro has no idea how the technology evolved. Please enlighten me then. Tell me how it's any different. And don't say, oh, the UIs are better. Don't say, oh, they have it now just print out a ton more tokens beforehand before it gives you the answer. Dude, ask it about the fucking seahorse emoji, man. Go ask ChatGPT to give you the seahorse emoji. They had to program that in there. So much. They probably haven't even fixed them all. There's still other, and the thing is, that's literally from like a single Reddit post. One person asked like 5 years ago, hey, I'm pretty sure you are so Reddit. Dude, the language models are Reddit. They are Reddit and Twitter. They are trained on Reddit and Twitter and Wikipedia. That is like the bulk of their data. So that is why there are so many mistakes in it. That might even be why it just hallucinates and is so confidently wrong all the time, because I learned that behavior from Reddit. Or both twists on GIFs on Twitch. If you could, I would turn that off immediately. There's nothing I dislike more than like a text communication thing with a bunch of images on it. Where it's like I have a conversation and then like a full like page is now covered up by a big ass image that someone sent. Kind of abundances. I don't know, this is like not... I'm really stuck on this. I guess I can say like... give some explanation for it. Right. Oh, I can like say the names. Ah, right. Okay, so I do want this. Is that a thing? That is a function. Could you at least agree that maybe you were wrong and things have evolved in the last 6 years? Dude, the UIs are getting better. And they figured out how to like convince the model to be a little bit slightly more accurate by just spamming itself. The thinking idea where you just have the model explain and then it finally gives an answer. It's like asking, let's say I go to the library and I ask for a book by name, and the librarian brings me back a cart full of 10 books and says, pretty sure it's this one, and then points to one of the 10 books. Like, that's the equivalent of what, that's the evolution so far. Bart Simpson. That's the evolution. Instead of the librarian bringing you back the correct book most of the time, it brings you back 10 books and points to the one that it thinks was most correct. I think this just means the librarian is stupid and cannot, like, remember the name of the book. Also, like, again, teaching material can be bad. If there is bad teaching material on the internet, it's going to give you the bad teaching material. I think that is especially true in Godot. There is a lot more bad material on Godot than there is good material. So I think it's especially bad to try to use Godot with an try to get an LLM to help you use Godot. Add on top of that every single minor update they break things and they change APIs. So the information is outdated like instantaneously. I've got an idea. If I do array join with a single value, it is just okay, good. You see how illogical it is? What? Nice path. Oh wait, am I like, yeah, I am kind of crazy. I do that. And join missing bone string, and then index. Cool. Are there technological differences between Qwen and Google Gemma? I don't know. And probably not. You might as well ask me if there's technological differences between two hammers. Are there technological differences between two programming languages? Ultimately, no. They should compile down to the same, or to machine code. Not the same code, but just machine code. The warnings, if we're not in the editor, then it's a warning. If it is in the editor, then I'm just going to ignore it. I could also check if it is the if I have figured out how to check if the node is like, that honestly wouldn't even work anyway. That only works for nodes that I would be creating as scene roots. It doesn't work. You're worse than G. Luddite. Let's ask the LLM what the definition of Luddite is really quick. Let's give it a task it probably shouldn't fail at. Oh, we're actually going to get the AI answer. Define as any opponent of technological progress or change. Alright, well, unfortunately, they got it wrong. One of a group of the early 19th century English workmen destroying labor-saving machinery as a protest. They're redefining words in real time to categorize me. Hey, Yelia. I am using a game engine that is probably like one of the newest ones, and in the realm of game engines that are like in a mature state, I suppose, that could be used for production stuff. Astronomical levels of cope and paranoia. Dude, literally the first result, the first definition named the group, and then it said broadly opposed to technological change. I am streaming. On the internet. I have a microphone. Like I have so many things. They changed the word to hurt me. Dude, they are. They're taking a historical term and they're... Okay, it'd be like saying Roman Catholic and then changing that to be an insult to people who are religious. Like that's the equivalent of that change. Oh, you're such a Roman Catholic. What? Or saying like, oh wow, you're such a samurai, for someone who, I don't know, let's say like you're playing a video game and you pick the sword instead of the gun and you're like, wow, I can't believe you're a samurai. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Or you pick the bow and arrow it's over the gun and you're like, wow, you're such a samurai. It is changing in real time. That word is changing. Brain, Omic's brain broke talking about AI. Someone showed up and was like, they pasted like a paragraph question and said, give me details. He talked to me like I was a language model and said, I don't want to ask an AI. I want a human response. I'm like, dude, you're gonna ask a person, treating them like they're an AI like that? Hello, sir. Can you just give me the details on how game development with the? Let me read the message out. Let me read it word for word, so it's like how crazy this is. Can you give me some details about the game dev on Android, like the 3D games, like what language, what game engine would be nice? Just give me some details. Dude. Can I say the AI has evolved after 6 years? I am saying that evolution you're talking about is, again, I think it's a great example, a great metaphor. You go to a library, you ask the librarian for To Kill a Mockingbird. Librarian goes back, comes back, gives you a book, right? Gives you the book. The evolution has gone from the librarian doing that to the librarian coming back with a cart full of 10 books and saying, I'm pretty sure this is the right one. That's the evolution. And maybe the librarian has like put on makeup now. All right. They're wearing a very fancy outfit. And the comparison there is the UIs have gotten better. We've improved UIs. We've crafted better prompts. Better default system prompts. You know, I'm going to compare it to global illumination. I think as the general, what the implementation meaning of global illumination is comparable to what. Read page 174 for me very loudly. What? I know what you're saying, by the way. I know what words are in that book. That's funny though. I've read the book. What was I gonna say? Well, now I've forgotten. What was I saying? I've totally lost it. I have no idea. I guess it's a sign for me to shut up then. If I lose it that much, yeah, okay. I have no idea what I was saying. Not coming back, okay. Alright, so if I have both of these, then we do this. Otherwise, I believe when I do resize, because these are technically packed in 32 arrays, I believe. I'm not sure. I'll just set it. We'll just set it to an empty list. Oh yeah, I have to, because it could be, I could be changing it from like the root bone to the, from the root and the end bone, and I change the end bone to, or like I clear it. So then what would happen is that old thing would stay in here, and I actually do want to clear that, so I have to set it to an empty array. Howard is making furry bait with the new update. Have you seen it? It's way too on the nose. And it looks like a child. Ah. Let's leave it there for now. Let's leave that there. Because I could say some things. And they might be bad. They might be bad jokes. I think it's a good joke, though. But without enough context, I probably can't say it. Okay, so I clear the list. If it's not good, I print a, this probably should be an error, actually. I print an error instead. Anyway, is it hot there? Probably not right now. It's probably a nice temperature. I think there's a... Okay. I think there's a wildfire happening. Let me actually look that up. I'm pretty sure there is because I know what the weather looks like and like how it changes the color of light. Huh. Is this, am I good to... Well, actually, I can do this. Move to there. Very smart. Very efficient. Whoops. Don't zoom in. Okay, the number's cut off. This is... Wait. Yeah, 353 wildfires. And there's some big ones over here. What's the yellow mean? Who knows? Oh. Okay, I don't know. Spaces is already working. Remember that name meme? Space Slate? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Why are you doing that? Why am I doing what? I'm showing that there are wildfires, and it is affecting the weather. The sky is entirely white right now. And yesterday, it was like if I stepped outside, I could tell that there was like smoke. It had that smell, I guess. Honestly, not even smell. I feel like you taste it somehow, if that even makes sense. You walk outside and you like breathe in, and you can just taste fire, ash. And then also like if, like, it's easiest to see it when you're indoors, when the light comes through a window and it lights up the floor or the walls or something, and it looks very yellow or orange, and it's like the middle of the day. Standing outside, you can't really see it. It's not too obvious because everything has that same color. But when you're inside and you have like actual white lights around you, and then, yeah, the light shining on the surfaces directly is like orange. All right. Because the chain list is updating. Whenever I think connect to setting list, I probably provide. Yeah, let me see this. If not setting, continue. So now what I can do is I can just say setting bone name hint will be equal to skeleton get bone concatenated bone names. You know what, maybe I actually leave that like that because this is adding stuff to it that it shouldn't be doing. So instead, I'm gonna leave, keep that an error. Instead, I'm gonna say setting I guess I can do this. If we have the skeleton. Yes. Setting things on fire, are you one of those people that starts fires and then goes on social media and talk about how climate change is causing it? We need population reduction. We're already doing that though, aren't we? Like not in... Okay. I mean, I can't say like it's not intentionally as if it was an accident. But like in developed countries, birth rates are just naturally falling. And I think it is a natural response. I don't think there's like a need. Yeah, because the alternative is that the government is like, governments are trying to like increase the rates. So like doing stuff to make it easier. And then it just does nothing. That side's already being handled like just by people doing what they want. Start fires? I don't know about that. I really think the majority of wildfires are people just accidentally stupid people starting fires intentionally, and then they accidentally get too big. You guys need to watch burning. Like, someone goes out, I don't know what that is. Like, someone goes out and, like, starts a campfire and just sets a tree on fire because they were just stupid and put the fire, like, right beneath the tree or something. Or they directly set the tree leaves on fire. They're like, oh, I have flaming stick. Then they hold it to the leaves and are like, oh, I shouldn't have done that because now the whole tree is on fire and it's spreading to the next tree. And now I need to run. Like, I think that's how they start. People doing that. Or just lightning strikes. I don't know how common lightning strike fire is. I feel like it's got to be really, really rare though. Because I would think that they should naturally put themselves out because they're in rain. Or just not even start, because it'd have to be like a thunderstorm and a lightning strike hits a tree that is already dry, that has stayed dry, and then continues to remain dry for like another minute or something. And it also has to be super windy. So I feel like it's got to be a really rare thing that actually happens. It's got to be windy enough that it can spread the fire quickly, but also somehow not getting... Okay, bird just started crawling on my window. But also not windy enough that it's actually pushing rain into it. And then it basically couldn't have rained on that tree for like a full day. Oh wait, hang on. If the tree dies, wouldn't that dry it? Maybe that's how that works. That makes it more common. Like pine beetles. They kill the tree, so the tree is dry. And so even... Or it's drier than it would have been otherwise. So even like if it were to rain on it, it'd be like it wouldn't really absorb the water. Depends on location. It's not natural to fill the internet. This is just really... We're talking about wildfires. Also, there's certain definitions of natural that I would say disagree with that. because we are natural creatures, and everything that we do is technically natural. I would say what you're trying, the word you should be using is probably normal or moral. One of those two words would probably be better than natural. I gotta twist this around. Which way does this go? Alm spitting a W? What? Any emotion you feel is natural. So if you see something and you like it, or you see something and you don't like it, that is just a natural response. Sometimes those feelings can be wrong and immoral. Where these headphones go. Honestly, man, I just kind of like wires. I feel like I like wires. They have like a... What am I trying to say? It's like when something is like a mess and it needs to be organized, you consider it more closely. So if I have to consider my headphones and the wires, I don't know, maybe that's not a good one. I think Jesus saves and they fear Jesus, pretend. There's definitely like anti-Catholic stuff a lot, or anti-Jesus stuff in the same area. Was it, did I find it on my own, or did one of you guys send it about... No, I think I found it on my own. It was like people are making TikToks saying like Aphrodite loves you, like certain Greek gods. I don't know if that's Greek or whatever other ones it would be, but they would say these gods like love you and they care about you. And then they would say, okay, so here's how Greek gods really worked. You did not want them to interact with your life. They were pretty much just there to cause you suffering. Because like imagine a human, and then imagine them with no restraints and no morality. That's what like gods were supposed to be. So they were like super hedonistic, super they would just like cause you suffering and laugh at it, but they would also be incredibly intelligent at the same time. So they would always be able to outwit you. You could never like trick a god. Or you'd have to be really smart to trick a god. And then the comparison they made is that these people, it looks like these people just want Jesus without having Jesus. And I was like, yeah, that seems like exactly what they're trying to go for. If it was Aphrodite, then the idea was like, Aphrodite thinks you're pretty. It's like, okay, no, she wouldn't. If she thought you were pretty, she would kill you. If anyone said, this person's prettier than Aphrodite, then she would kill you. Like the pettiness of it. Lame, emotionally weak loser. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about awful ending, but that's like the concept of it. Like they literally said, okay, gods are like people. Except now they're way more intelligent, way stronger, and they don't have any limitations. Click not interested in this stuff. Well, I mean, that video was good because that was like, I was like, oh wow, that is kind of ridiculous. It was like these people don't know what Greek gods were like or something. I mean, I feel like if you know about it, then you must know about God of War, and you know that they actually represent the gods correctly in God of War. They're all very selfish. They're also pretty intelligent, and they're very strong. These gods are just demons. See how they hate humans. And then they brought up one of the gods from Skyrim, the one who has the dog. He's like sealed in a statue, and his dog finds you, and his dog talks to you, and then you like go to like some vampire cave, and you find a statue. Which I thought was neat because I remember that. I guess that would be a Norse god then. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Some Norse god and not Greek. Because that's what modern God of War is Norse. Greek gods are Greek trying to make Hollywood. They're almost there. They're not, yeah, they're not selfish enough to get into Hollywood. I'm super distracted. Okay, maybe this is good now. Maybe do we if I hit delete and then add, yes. There they are. There's already a parameter named index. Okay. So now I'm interfacing with this instead, and now my physical skeleton thing no longer is this. I could make it similar in that it has like a setting count. I set the number of settings that I want. I guess I could do that. I think I'll just make it a method. This up here. I want this to run, which means I need to set setting list to some value. So I'm going to say let me get this. Need something fun. We have so much free time. Let's. I don't know what word you're cutting off there. Let's make a religion. There is a. And I think it's definitely true because I think it does actually correlate to like boredom, like actual boredom. And probably even like a distorted view of reality in the world as well on top of that. But during peace times, hate groups rise. And then there's a flip side that's like during war, but I think it's something I can't remember it. There's like a certain phrase there, but I can't remember it. But they talk about two sides of it. When things are nice and peaceful, hate groups show up, and then when things are not peaceful and like there's wars and conflict, then something else. There's like an actual phrase. It definitely seems to be true. Maybe also greed. Yeah. Maybe not even destroy view of reality, but like greed. Boredom and greed. Make that happen. A distorted view of reality could make it worse, but I don't think it's necessary. It probably even just goes back to like a desire to be challenged and to, yeah, desire to be challenged either physically or mentally. And so you seek out problems. And it happens in the worst way when the problems you seek out, you just make up the problems. Or you delude yourself into thinking there's a problem when there isn't. Or you don't consider the problem that you think exists. And maybe like on a surface level, it seems like a problem, and then thinking about it more deeply, you're like, actually, it's a good thing that something is that way. And in fact, there was like a more complex problem behind it that I didn't see before. That is solved by this other thing that I thought was a problem. Setting count. Count as less than total. The slice from 0 to count, I think. So if I say 1 is 0 to 1, that is exclusive to the end. Good. And then count is greater than total. But I can't just call resize because I won't call the setter. Is there a way that I can resize without calling a setter? I could do setting list equals... There is append array. How can I do this? Huh. Array of chain resource. Count is greater than total. So if total is 3 and count is 4, this would be a resize 4 minus 3 of 1. How do I combine two arrays generically? Can I do I not have that a static method that combines two arrays? How would I know if something is static? Their coloration, I don't know what that is. That in the wording. Go on to first era when God was weak and started the religion, the era where no one can stop him anymore, and the entire Arab island is his. A nice God who doesn't mind other religions to a God who's ready. Yeah. Of course I am biased, but for like what I think like an ideal religion would be, I do think Catholicism, probably Roman Catholic, is closest. At least in the sense that punishments are free will is there. So you have explanation for why for God exists, why bad thing, right? Um the natural world is created by something. Um and people collectively are morality. So if someone has immoral beliefs, you focus on that. You don't say you're going to go to hell for having this belief. You're going to say that's like anti-human. That's immoral. And then kindness and respecting other people. Having an innate respect for other people. Not necessarily approaching someone and being cautious and like saying, what if he's a criminal? But approaching someone and being like, hey, you're a fellow human. I inherently have a trust for you. I inherently expect you to be a cooperative person. And you're not gonna like do anything bad to me out of like greed or selfishness. And if you have problems, you're going to tell me. Instead of like hiding things. Right? Communicating with people, honestly. I think it has a lot of that. But it's just not quite there. There's still a bit of a over focus on individuals. Slam is beyond inconsistent. Slammy. What? How do I make an array? Can I just make... like... Fine, I'll just do this. Resize. I think it was stupid for this. And then if I'm going to do that at all, then I should just do it every time. All right. So I guess what I can do now is I can just like make one of these legs do this and see. And I'm able to see the skeleton. So I will go to this one. I will clear that one, I think. Right, so now I can see all the legs are just totally screwed up. 0 equals false if array equals no, then array equals 1. Huh? It's this famous love 2D game dev. 150k 1K on YouTube. Streaming for a few weeks. Guess how many viewers he has. Well, I mean, Twitch is not YouTube. I think the overlap for people who watch Twitch and people who watch YouTube are like very small. Well, I say overlap. I mean, it's like if you watch Twitch, there's no, I don't think there's any correlation. It's not like if you watch YouTube, there's a percentage chance that you watch Twitch. They're like almost entirely not correlated. Especially depending on the type of stuff that you upload to YouTube. There's a good likelihood that probably no one who likes YouTube videos would care to ever watch one of your streams. Depending on what the video is. I think it's definitely true. You can make a certain type of content that pretty much nobody would then be. Nobody who is interested in that is necessarily interested in a Twitch stream or a live stream. Okay, so that's set up, so I want IK modifier to start running now. Node not found. I'm going to continue to ignore that. Relative to IK mod, it's is it like, you know, I get it. I understand. This is a stupid thing. I wish it did not do this. Get node or null. I feel like this should be the default, and they're like, oh, well, we can't change the API because it's really important we don't break the API. So we got to make a new function. It's really important we don't break the API. And I'm being super sarcastic about that because they break the API constantly, and sometimes they don't even mention it. And not even that they don't mention it, sometimes they double down on saying, we don't need to mention that. It is obviously by definition a breaking API change, but we're not going to mention it. Very silly. I probably know him. He has a game coming, and every time love 2D, I'm not going to search for that. Can you give me a... I'll search for it over here. That feels like bait somehow. For me to like immediately find something, get like a crazy thumbnail. What's his name? Not that guy. Also, it's crazy. I typed in Love 2D, and the first two results, both videos actually start with the exact same line, and they're a year apart. Hang on, let me get this again. Lua is a programming language. Lua is crazy. Okay, it's actually a little bit different, but they both start with Lua is. What's the chant? I see it. I got a playlist. Also, everything's like a year old. Definitely does not look like the kind of stuff that I would watch and be like, oh man, I wish this guy could stream. I can't say those two are connected. Blast this one. I gotta do something, okay? Front, left, femur. Front, left, tarsus sleeve. target node, front left target. Joint list, add, joint resource. This needs to fill in the thing. Initialize any null values, and I'll say I think validate, hang on, how often is validate property chain called? Go back to 0. So you didn't mean to share with a timestamp? Okay, hour long, and that's the thumbnail. It's just called track. No title. How does this even, how do you have a no title video? Streams like game dev. Well, that's actually even worse then, because then if you're like, hey, I like this guy, oh, he's not, he's like, I don't know, whatever he's doing, is not doing what I watch him for. That's like even, it's even worse. What? I just saw like a great, like, it looked like, what? I just saw one of these drive by. I just literally saw one of these drive by. What the hell? It was really loud too. One of these just drove by. The hell? Also, it looked like it was polluting like crazy. I could see the smoke coming out. It's not cold. It's warm. So that was just actual like soot coming out of the engine. Poor guy, I wish him luck. Oh man. Whoa. My back is very stiff. I know you're from the 80s. That's, I'm seeing crazy stuff out my window today. 2 different pest control companies' vans driving past each other. A bird was climbing on my window. Like I have the screen there and the mesh screen. He was like climbing around on the mesh screen looking at me. And then that just went by. It was like the most interesting day. All right, how do I get this to tell the joint thing about the thing? I mean, I think it's probably nice. Oh, no, it actually would be this. Hang on. No, this one doesn't know about it. I think it just goes up here, really. Hang on, how often does validate property get called? Is validate called every single time I open it? What the hell is that function? What is this? What? Validate just got spammed really hard. So if I do this, okay, it calls validate 230 times. How are there 230 things to validate here? What is it validating actually? This is 230 times. Okay, but yeah, every time I open it, it does this. Oh, it validates like literally all these fake properties that don't exist over here. Okay. That's crazy. Alright, but every time I validate a property, I actually can I can check if the name is setting list. I saw a fire trucks. Dude, no one has seen. No one in this neighborhood has seen a fire truck like that in their life. Okay, that was a first experience for everybody. So if I click off and I click back and I do this, I didn't save it. Click off, click back, and I click this. We validated it 5 times. That's interesting. What? What? That validated 5 times? If I add an element? Well, I guess I don't have to do that. How about this? Let me print... Oh, it probably does this because that might be why it validates so many times. Did not happen. Okay, bring that back. Honestly, yeah, if we're validating the list, I'm just going to... I will... update... Whoa. Whoa. Update chain list. I will say to... update joint bone names. And maybe I attach to that listener as well. You have the bone changes or this joint list changes. And then if... well, thanks for following. Cook. Cook Essen Time. That's her name. All right, so also anytime that I change this, I wish, you know what, this is, just change the API, come on. Why is it an error to connect when it's already connected? Why is it an error? I feel like it just does not make sense for that to be an error. Because then I have to write all this every single time. Hello, you apples. Wait, I messed up. Yeah, what a mess that is. It could literally just be 3 lines of code, but instead it has to be like 8. Can we get the question mark operator in here? So I don't have to worry about null. Okay, so update joint bone names. Anytime this list changes, I can run through that joint list and set these names. So I say for each one of these, this shouldn't happen, but just in case. And then for joint list, joint bone name will be equal to, okay, now I do need indexes. So I say, I need indexes the whole time. In that, and then I say I grab that, and then I say for, I want to get a count. For joint index in range, boneless size, joint index is greater than or equal to joint count, we break. Or that, and then I say joint bone name is going to be skeleton get bone name of bone list joint index. There we are. Now I should see it. I have an error. If I validate the list, because this happens so many times, but yeah, so because it happens so many times, I want to queue a deferred call. So instead, I'm gonna say, whoa, queued. I'll just make it a method. Why are we mad about that? Is Q up? Jeez. Bang, there it is. Okay, so if I click here, yeah, so honestly, like if I was writing this, as soon as I saw that this was happening 5 times, I'd be like, why is it happening? And then make it happen once. Because then I just have to write it. You just have to write it. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so sloppy. It's so... And then it happened twice. Which I'm assuming it happens twice because it happened twice and then it updated the method and then it did 3 more times. But because it... Oh, wait, no, I just haven't done it yet. Oh, it happens once there. Yeah, as it should. That one should only be once, for sure. Okay, so I add element. I click. It doesn't have the name, and now I'm sad. Why not the name? Joint list changed emit. It is set. Joint list changed emit. Connect. Joint list changed update joint bone names. False. In range. Oh. Because this has to... It has to do both, is what I really want. So this has to do both, and this has to do both. So ask Grok to update. Okay. Don't know what that means. So the bone change has to update the chain list and update the joint bone names. Why did this one not work? Wait, no, this one should have worked. Let me just print. index, joint count, bone list. So yeah, that's correct. So if I click clear and I hit add element, I am being lied to. Okay, so I have to reload the scene. There we go. I'm gonna ignore the errors. I think they're just fake errors. Whoops. Wait. Disconnect non-existent connection. Are you serious? Attempted to disconnect. If not connected. No. Disconnect. Disconnect? Why disconnect? Update joint bone names. Attempted to disconnect a connection. Signal bone changed. Signal bone changed to this. If setting is connected, bone change disconnect. That doesn't make any sense. I have the check. Of course. Of course. I forgot. Of course. In order to have emits, I have to do that. This one doesn't have to be a tool. That one has to be a tool. Okay. So now, no error. Attempt to disconnect. Okay. You gotta make that make sense to me. What do you mean? Were all these already open? What do you mean disconnect? Why are we calling disconnect? Exit tree, disconnect setting list. Attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection from chain resource. Signal bone change callable update joint bone names. This one. If setting is connected, setting bone change disconnect. Found it. Okay. Will they ever give me a stack trace to my code that causes these internal problems? Nope. Never. They would never do that. They could not possibly be bothered to try doing that. So if I hit delete, I should just see this name change. Yep, okay. And if I do add another one, it's gonna be like Tarsus leaf. Okay, and then add another one, then it's gonna be like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Why is this? Okay. I understand why, because it's like thinking I'm grabbing this, but why does this? That doesn't make any sense. It literally knows. If I click here, it just teleports it, and I can't drag it. But if I click down here, it's like I'm clicking directly onto it. So it knows where the edge of the code is. All right. Chill out. Chill out. Just relax. Just relax. It said there was I cleared it. Let me fix this one. I think it's just because one of these is being called too early. Yeah. Find bone. Oh, it actually tells me where it is too. On a null value. If skeleton. Oh. Well. Skeleton should not be null here though. So where else is this called? It's called up here in the setting. No, that doesn't make sense. Ready. Bone changed. Where's it being called from? Because I'm not understanding that one. Setting list setter. It calls the setter from line 110. Wait, from line 31. What? Well, why is the setter being called? Can you tell me that one? Okay, so if is ready. Cool. Okay. Yeah, so all that was just boilerplate basically just to get something really simple here. But now the first joint rotates on the z-axis. I will load in that limitation. I will set, I think this is, I don't remember what it is. It would be here. It would be here. Where do I define this? Here. Update joints. Rebuild crawler. Where is it? Right, the legs have that. Here it is. So I'm looking at the positive X is what it should be. Oh, it doesn't even matter anyway. I just realized it doesn't even matter. Okay. Oh, I did forget the rotation offset. So that is a thing that I need to care about. Limit rotation needs to consider the offset. So I think what I just do then is I just take origin and I translate it by offset. think it is just rotating it, yeah, right? Yeah, I think it is just rotating it. So I just take this and I would do, as a parent, it would be joint setting limitation rotation offset origin. Okay. And then what's the offset? Because I think one of these does have an offset. Okay, you know, I think something around here definitely has an offset, and I may have forgotten to copy it over. I definitely have forgotten to copy it over. So unfortunate. All right, well, I just won't worry about it for now then. Um, is this currently moving? It's not moving things right now. Well, I only need to see the skeleton anyway. Actually, why would this not... Huh, weird. I don't know. Oh, I think it just skips it if it's not in the thing. I think the area here is not. You don't care about that one. Okay, so positive X. Let me save that. So it saves. So I guess I can click this one and save it. Do these show up in the list at all? It's like a nesting. Unfortunate. Save those. That's fine. That's good. Here, it is on the x-axis. I load that one. Limitation, I think, is negative z. I feel pretty confident that it's negative z. Yep. Though again, it doesn't actually matter, because that's just some insane thing that is not even used. But I'll just keep it anyway for now. Okay. Save. All right, so supposedly, if I were to now move this, if I were to select this and toggle its active state, nothing happens. Because it moves things according to delta? I think that is it. It moves things according to delta, so it won't do it. All right, so let me say if if the delta is 0, you know what, let me just make it process on frames. That's probably okay. Oh. Okay, so I do see motion, but it's like just not moving at all. Oh, there's right, I have it so that it doesn't even care about that. Right. So I can make it, I guess I could make it reuse that just for debugging. But it's moving and no errors happened. Okay, so what it's going to do is it's going to work off of everywhere that I call a skeleton get. With the exception of a rest. I could also just increase the rotation rate per second, and I would be able to see it. See it better. Apparently there's some instability happening. I don't think I'm going to worry about that. Okay, well, I mean, I think it is like making progress there. Okay, let me just make it so that this can remember. And I'll make it false by default. It'll say like use prior work. And then I will keep a mapping of bone IDs to work. Yeah, and this will also include these parent bones. So if the parent is not in the list, then I add it to the list as a special case. Or well, if the parent is not on the list, then I actually read from the skeleton. And really, I'm only working with quaternions, technically. I use the origin. Okay, no, I kind of have to do that. But then I have to recalculate it every time. All right, so because I'm using a special case of a basis to a quaternion is really fast. I think the other way around is not true, though. Oh. No. It's the other way around. A quaternion to a basis is really easy. A basis to a quaternion is very hard. So I save it as a... I just save the rotation. And then I can use the rest origin as a length to calculate this. So to end, yeah, so it's really more about this value. So I'm going to split these up. I'm going to say yeah, I'll just call it a prior work map. I think quaternions are fine there. So everywhere that I use the origin, I write that. And this is the end bone. Did I not have another one? Hey, Eternal Divine Fox. Good evening. It is still morning for me. But good evening to you. So there's also... yeah, this would just kind of be like calc bone, yeah. Of the end bone. That's what this would be. And then here's this. So I would say create a basis from this, and this would be bone rotation. Is that? Right. And then this changes based on what I'm doing. So if use prior work, I think it's more like if I am using prior work and no, how does this work? Okay, I'll just... we obtain the incoming pose, and then... I think this one actually is simple. What's the issue with this one? Oh, this is a global pose. And then that needs to be a global thing. So then I can say here if use prior work is enabled, prior work map set to that. And then calculating the bone position, either we're reading it from the skeleton or we're calculating it from the prior work map, going up the list for parents until we reach a parent that is on the skeleton, and then at that point we just have to grab that value. Then we're happy. Whoa, what is this? Why is this lag? I'm afraid. Quit. I think I just started printing like 1,000 errors. That's probably what just happened. I just wanted to kill that before because I couldn't think of why that was happening. Okay. 1,000 errors incoming? Oh yeah. The vectors must not be 0. That's, you know what? That might be the most useful error message I think I've ever seen. The vectors must not be 0. That's insane. Literally, what? It's not caused by that one. This one, the vectors must not be 0 is caused by this? Jeez. Okay. So, I'm just returning the skeleton. And otherwise, we are using prior work. So, this bone's origin point must be I guess essentially taking its rest origin and then working up the chain. I obtain that, and then I would work up the list. So I can say while prior work map has the bone ID, I can then I go up until I find one that doesn't have it, so this should stop at some point. So position should be the prior work map get bone ID multiplied by position. So we're taking this and we're rotating it by that, and then we go to the parent and rotate it by that, right? So then I say bone ID is going to be I do that, and I say if I return the position, otherwise I'm returning get bone global pose of bone ID like that. Okay, 1,000 errors. Is this on? This is on the actual thing, isn't it? What? Why is it back there like that? Why is that rotating it? Stop doing that. Why are you rotating that? Okay, I'm just gonna clear it so it stops doing this. Can you stop doing that one? Turn that off. Why is it doing this? Why is that one rotating? Okay, well, I mean, I don't need it to be on anyway. It's whatever. That's insane to me, though. Use prior work has been turned on, and it's not doing anything. Why are you not doing anything? Is this on idle? The target... Why is the target all the way over there? Why is the target all the way over there? When did I get there? Okay, so I turn on use prior work. Oh, I think... No, because it always sets it here. If you use prior work set bow and ID to the rotation. Is this like secretly running anyway? I think it might be somehow. Influence is 0. Just 0 iterations. Active. Okay. So now it's definitely off. Use prior work. It's not doing anything anymore. It's not doing anything anymore. So what's the issue? Is it because calc bone position? No, because it's saving everything. Oh, I'm calculating the bone position of the end bone, which means the end bone won't have this. Okay. But then if it thinks it's there, then it should always be... Okay, I think there's the case where the very first time it... Okay, let me do the first thing. If we do not have it, how can I do this? Okay, let me just run this scene, I guess, and put a breakpoint here and see what goes wrong. Invalid access to null. Parent state null. Update joint. Parent state joint data parent. What? Oh, really? Okay, change it back to physics, and then I'm gonna turn this off. It's already off. Crawler bot, turn this off. Main body state on a null. I'm just really confused now. Oh, not physics manual. Jeez. Manual. Still no. This one shouldn't be possible because main body, unless I haven't set it somehow. How could I have not set it? Physical skeleton. Setup body. Setup body. Main body. Main body is null. What's happening? Main body RID. So main body is... I'm gonna pull my chair up. That's really annoying. I will not be doing that now. Okay. How... How? Does, oh, maybe setup body needs to be called deferred. I don't know. I don't think I'm even supposed to be run. Nope. Also, I see that leg twisted up, which is really sad. That's really sad to me that the leg is twisted up. Okay. So something is happening. Something has happened. You know what? Since it runs here, I can just run it there then. Close. Close. The debugger has left all this stuff with the arrows all over the place. That's just cool. Okay, I already have a breakpoint here, which means it wasn't even doing it anyway. Active. Great. Alright, so let's see where it goes wrong. Does this make sense so far? Bone count is 4. Joint count is 3. Target is there. That seems approximately correct. Though, is it? Wait, the target is... Hang on, wait, why does target have that value? No, that's definitely not right. Why does target have that value? It's already wrong. What? Or is it? Maybe that is right. I guess it depends on where I calculate the end bone, because the target should be at the exact same location. So let's go with that. Joint setting. Bone ID. So we're starting at the end bone. Or not the end bone. Does this have the index itself listed? No. Okay. Well, this one says Tarsus, so. Use prior work was not. Use prior work is false. Huh. Okay, so I guess my bone position calculation is just probably wrong. If we're not using prior work, we... Oh, then that one's actually right. So this one could not be wrong. So bone position should be on top of target. What? No bones are at Y130 are there. Is there like a rotation problem? Oh, no, that actually might be correct. Never mind, I think it's actually correct. Target position should still be negatives. Okay, so that much is incorrect. That... What? What's the where's the target node? Target node is here. Or I check top level. Okay, that's just crazy stuff. If I go here, can I... So this is its position relative to that front left target. So let me just check. Oh yeah, why is it way back there? Why is it way over there? Okay, let me save like that so that it's sitting here. And then I hit run. And I'm going to verify. I hit this run. I'm going to verify this is still in the correct location. Alright, cool. So yeah, that might have just been like some crazy thing that was happening where that target node got moved to the wrong place. Are all the target nodes in like the wrong location? No, these are correct. Just for some reason, this one was wrong. Alright. But I moved it off center deliberately so that I could see it do something. Okay. Back to this. And also I feel like I'm just, why is that off? As long as the first iteration makes sense, what even is delta? Delta is on 0, so nothing's going to happen here. Okay, well I guess I can still at least check that we're on the right path. So bone rotation, bone position, so if I were to copy that value and turn on top level here and paste that value, this should, yep, that snaps definitely to the right location of that bone, so that's good. And then I also have bone position of the end, or 2 ends should just probably come out to be 0. Oh, is that a possible problem when it's 0? Alright, but also I can copy this and then paste this rotation in. Copied the wrong thing. Yep, and that looks exactly correct. Okay. Let me just check these. I should have the same Z on this one. Then I should have the opposite X of this one. And I just want to move it over there. Okay. Continuing with the script, parent rotation. Yeah, so this one's not correct either. So I can stop right there. Earthbone, okay. And then cool. Okay, so I think it's right up to here. Why is there already a thing happening there? Yeah, what is that? Oh, is this, what is that? What? What is that? I'm seeing 2. Why do I see 2? What is happening? Why is there a second thing here? Huh? There's just a duplicated leg being rendered. Am I turning? Oh, is it already? Is it? What? No, no, no. It hasn't even run yet. How could it be doing anything? Also, I have it set. Wrong thing. Here. It's. Can I clear that and run with that being off? Okay, okay. It's still there. I'm being messed with. I don't. That doesn't make. That was not happening. I added this line and now somehow that's happening. And I can't even. That node doesn't even exist. There's not even nodes there. What is going on? There are not nodes there. There are not nodes there. There are not nodes there. There is no node here. What is this node? Rollerbot. These are not real nodes. Those aren't there. Those nodes are not there. That's not, those don't exist. There is nothing there. These are hidden. I can show them. I can show where the real parts are. What are those parts? Where, who is drawing that mesh? Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm pretty sure there's somehow some kind of cache thing right now with, because it doesn't happen here. If I turn this on to idle, my leg moves. Why is the target up there? Why are we orthogonal? Stop. Bug. It's a bug. Okay. Leg modifier. Right to 20. Okay. I am going to literally delete that. I'm going to literally delete that. Yeah, I don't care. Ah, wait. I kind of need it though. Okay, I'm just gonna make this, I'm gonna fix anywhere that's like calling this so that it's not going to run with that. I suppose I could also just implement these methods. That's probably fine too. I can implement these as methods. This is get target node and get endbone. IK deterministic is not the name anymore. In fact, I would turn this off, and this would be like leg IK. I'm just gonna call it the right name. Yeah, I'm just gonna set it to that and then make it work. Setting count. Where's your problem? Change set IK. Can I just call it like IK? No, IK node. I can just make it so that those can just share the resources directly as well. That's not a big problem. Mindus is the same. Angular delta limit is the same. Deterministic. What? Yeah, they can just get rid of those two, actually, because that's not... Those aren't things anymore. Well, maybe I'll keep this one. No, because that... Wait, what? Why do I apply that one? No, I shouldn't be applying that one. Yeah, but I do want to leave these up here. Okay. These just go away because those aren't things anymore. You know what, sure, I'll stick with 30. Because it's a rate. And then I connect it to that one. And then it should have applied the settings, which it did not. Okay, but at this point, if I were to reload scene, I might get some errors. Nothing. Yeah. Alright, so now I'm going to make everything fix. I'm going to fix everything. So setting count is not a thing. So instead here, what I can actually do, I can actually write for setting in, yeah, I don't see that I need an index there. For setting in setting list, this would be the target node, target a node to the end bone. And what is target? Target bones for? It's for nothing. Alright, delete that. Are ground targets for anything? I think these are not. Okay. Well, then that also just goes away. And what about attachments? Attachments is only used in these 3 places. So this goes away, and this whole loop would then go away. I did a simplification there in the past, and I forgot about it. I forgot to clean that up. It's back. It's doing it again. What the hell is that, man? What is creating that? This is not real. That's just not real. I am disturbed by that, in fact. That's really weird to me. Because there's nothing there. There's nothing in that location. And in fact, the nodes that it could be are already rendered in a different place. I can turn them on. I could see them in a different location. That's insane. What is that bug? I think maybe when I'm paused, can I pick? Well, it's... I don't know. Okay. Set target node. Set up target. I can just obtain it directly, so I can say leg IK. I will just expect that the index exists. And then I'm not going to get any help, of course. Oh, because that's not how that works. Setting list, target node. All right. Out of bounds index 1. All right, so then I guess I don't make that assumption. Why not just add them all? The other ones won't do anything because they don't have any bones. Back work is done? Great. Okay, so it's... Again. How? What is that? Can I, like, print the node name or something? That would be cool. If I could print the node name. Invisible legs. Here's the thing. This mesh that you see twisted up, that doesn't exist anywhere. That mesh does not exist. It's just... And I don't know where it comes from. It's not anything. I can look at every mesh in here. This is none of them. It's none of them. You know what? Let me try this. Let me hide nodes until it goes away. Okay, so it's literally not on the crawler bot. It's literally not the crawler bot. So is it anywhere in world? It's not in the world. These things get messed up. Oh my god, it's these. Jeez. Just delete them. Just delete them. How could I not find that? Dumb. Yeah, I always am. But wow, that's really annoying. That I didn't notice that. That I didn't realize that. Delete them. Delete them. Delete them. Finally gone. Okay. Go. Wait. Okay, I need to make... I do have to make a bone attachment. I do have to make this just to see these meshes. Position is 1 divided by 2, which I already knew that. I am still like messing up typing it. I could have just written it faster. Okay. What, where, does for anyway. I was like running it and I was like getting the outputs and I was typing them into the mesh positions so then I could see where they were ending up. And then I forgot that I did that. Clearly. KGB, CIA, Nazi secret spy Fallout 4 weapon mod. Just what now? I almost like exploded, by the way. Trying to figure out where that node was. I almost actually exploded. Is prior work on? I want to turn on prior work. It moved. I've gotten errors. You don't care about those. So why don't we move? Check it. Laughing at my English, actually, that sentence started with something else, but I forgot what. I gotta get food. I can hear the rumbling. Hickok 45. Why do we need to see this, though? But why? That's actually a rifle round, too. That looks painful to shoot. That's gotta be painful to shoot. Did they just like square it up in frame? Weapon created by Steve Jobs. GTA 6 price is out. Is it 80? I thought we already knew it was going to be 80. Like USD. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was already well known. Okay, so where does this go wrong? Is prior work on? It is on. So I obtain that. I calculate the bone position. The bone rotation and bone position. Those look correct. Parent bone. Parent rotation. If it exists, I get it. If it does not... And these are still global poses, right? Yeah, still global. So 2n should be something. That's a very large negative value. Oh no, that's right. Hang on. To target should be 0. Or very small actually. Okay, so to target is also these are wrong. The Y value should have been some calc bone position. Oh, no. No. So, oh wait, no, this is right. Hang on. I am drawing a vector to the end bone and then drawing a vector to the target, and then I close the distance on those. Okay, this is correct. So rotation to target, I get a quaternion here. So kind of what I would like to see, I think, is this is a rotation of the bone in this space. So I think if I were to do add child marker, and then I were to give this that rotation, maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, no, not quite correct. It might be like the negative of that. That kind of looks like it might be the negative of it. I don't know how to flip a quaternion though. But it looks like it might just be like the negative of that. From to end towards to target. Huh. You said the ear thing? Yes. I'm gonna have that for the rest of my life. Unless we have some technology where I take some eardrops and it fixes itself. And it's cheap. Because in theory, I could. In theory, that could be possible. Alright, the rotation, I mean, it looks kind of close, though. Like, if I were to do this sweep, but, like, opposite, it kind of looks right to me. Yeah, I think it's, like, the negative of it, because it would be, like... Because if it's like this, and then I were to sweep up... I don't know for sure. It might even be that this rotation is, Nah, it should look like that, right? Is this wrong, then? Arc from arc 2. It seems incorrect. Let me try flipping them around. And I'll run that. Okay, so rotation to target. What about this one? Does this make this one point in the right direction? Oh, basis. Or what? Quaternion. Paste. No, that's definitely not right. Let me check more immersive. SS, it doesn't sound like that. I only hear it when I want to hear it. It's like breathing. If I want to manually breathe, I can. Okay, so I guess that probably is right, but then it just seems... My intuition here is that... Yeah, to me it means that I take this rotation. Maybe because of the way that I apply it. So because of the way that I apply is I technically take the current rotation and I make that a child of this one. So it might still be right. So instead, let me... No, how does that make any sense? Okay, I don't know, maybe it does. All right, so I click top level and I drag it out. So now it's just here. Right? And now I make a new node. Okay, I hit duplicate. I want to just make a new node. And I will... Am I crazy? What is happening? How did I just make that one? Okay, I'm fine. It's okay. Bring it out here. Reset that. Quaternion. Paste. Alright. And now, I take this one. I take off top level. I will copy this value, put it in there, and then I will paste this value back. Definitely pointing the wrong way. Okay. So then in that case, I am supposed to flip this? Okay, I'm gonna go grab food. So I'll come back. Is it one of those moments where you don't have a headache, but the moment I think about headaches, I start having one? I don't... Well, that doesn't happen to me. I just mean, like, I'm not aware of it until I mean to be. Okay. I'm gonna get food. I'll be back. This one. I'm back. I've got food, and I'm going to eat. Was that middle doing something? Did I figure something out? I don't know. That was the last ill trailer. No. Don't think I have. Okay, YouTube has learned something about me. What are these sounds? Okay, I can't play the video then because he's playing music. Okay, so is this programmed or what was that? That just looked like an animation. This looks a lot like an animation. When I say animation, I mean pre-programmed is probably what I should say. This looks pre-programmed. This does not look like this robot is doing anything. It's recorded. He has a remote controller. And he's playing back a recording. Or he recorded himself doing it. Because the amount of steps are crazy. This doesn't make any sense. That motion, I don't know what that motion is. Because here, it doesn't get there. Come on, man. Okay. Fuel game trailer? What is it? A year ago? Story trailer from 3 weeks ago? All right.
There's a wounded man. Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something? Do him up and show him out.
Was this not it?
Weak, so be careful.
It's gotta be like... This is written in some other language and then it's been translated, right? I just get the feeling immediately from just those lines. But all right.
There's a wounded man. Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something? Do him up and show him out. But he's still weak, so be careful.
What's going on?
Crazy.
Save your ammo.
Die, bastard. And you're tough. Surprisingly lively for someone who just came out of a coma.
If you want to survive, you gotta hustle. You fell from the moon.
I will help you.
This just straight up looked like called
You fell from the moon.
Call of Duty Zombies.
I will help you, but you must not go there.
I'll take my chances. Turns out I'm a lucky man.
Stop talking so much, please.
You'll find nothing there but death.
Well, good luck. Keep quiet in there.
I just want to point out this very specific scene that was like 1-to-1 the intro for Metal Gear Solid 5 for like a few seconds.
So be careful.
This bit.
What's going on?
This is like at least I'm pretty sure that happened. What is this? They go back here. Here.
But death.
Did I miss it?
But death. Find nothing there.
I mean, I don't know. It just reminds me of it. There's a map. There's a part of the map. I can't remember what the map is. It's the one where you get... It's the one where you get the arrows, or the bows. Like, the spirit bows, or whatever they are. Can't remember the name of the map. It's not exact, it just reminds me of it. It looks cool. I hope that not 100% of this is like cinematic. It would be cool if this was like at least an attack animation, not like it happens one time. This was kind of neat. Yeah. Call's always coming at the wrong time. I still think it looks neat, but now I guess now I would expect that the voice acting is gonna be a little weird. The dialogue's just gonna be weird because of the No, the thing is like the mouth. They're not even the mouths are animated too, right? I didn't notice that the words weren't matching the lips. So it's just a little strange. Also, there is like a lack of guns being fired.
You gotta hustle.
Does he shoot here? No. Also, I can see sensors here. Oh. That's always, I think, weird. I think just having genitals in a game is strange. At least, like, unless it's done as a decision for, like, this character, you can see genitals on them. When it's just like, oh yeah, if they're naked, they're out. They're hanging out. Or games like Fear and Hunger where the creator just has like some disturbing fetish for genitals. Where like every monster like grows a dick and like just kills you with their dick. Nudity in Ready or Not. I don't recall that. But I think it should be the standard that unless, you know what, honestly, I don't, you know, I don't want that at all. I don't even want a censor bar. Have it be smooth. Just literally have it be smooth. Either that or you're making a parody of, you're making a parody game because you can only take that like as an unserious joke that is meant purely to like just gross you out for no other reason. Like Conker's Bad Fur Day, the giant poop that you fight. Like that one's just gross purely as like a joke. Like that's the joke. He sings a whole song about. He sings a whole stupid song. Like Attack on Titan. It's, the thing is like, it's genitals are a sexual thing. They don't represent anything else. I don't think they are, and I don't think like having mutilated genitals in a game is good either. I think that's just disturbing. Like to the point of like unnecessarily disturbing. So, you know, you can make the argument, oh, you know, you're shooting people's heads off. There's a hole in their head. Okay, that's not genitals. That's someone's face, right? Like when you get into genitals, you're just like turning it into dehumanizing, probably immoral, torturous, disturbing, unnecessarily disturbing. The Lost Wild, what is that? What? I don't know. But I mean that's like whatever. Okay, whatever, honestly. But I would rather like genitals are like indie games and you're a freak. Genitals are for the freaks making indie games, okay? don't put genitals in anything else. If you're a weirdo, go for it, man. I'm not gonna play your game. And I'm gonna think your game is stupid for it. If your game is getting on the PlayStation YouTube channel, please be serious. Giving a human the price they don't deserve. I don't know what that means. There's like a line. And art can cross a line as long as it's not just like totally ridiculous and as if the person didn't even know that there was a line to cross, or they're crossing a line just to say, yeah, I know what the line is, and I went so far over that line because I don't think it exists. I don't respect that. In doing so, they say, I don't respect you as another person who's going to look at this work. So you can have something like really disturbing. I don't even know if Outlast does this, but I wouldn't be I don't know, it wouldn't be crazy if Outlast had some section where someone's genitals just get mutilated, but you don't really see it. Like it happens like behind a window and you just know that that's like what they're doing, but you can't see it. Like there's a line and they're crossing it, but they're like, they know they're respecting it and saying, you know, the implication is enough. If you think, oh, it's going to be too silly if it's like something smooth, then okay, like, I don't know, make it look if they were removed or something. But like going there fully modeling genitals is just crazy, I think. I think that's ridiculous. Because at that point, like literally the only interpretation is that I'm looking at someone's fetish, and their fetish is disgusting, and they should be ashamed. All right, I'll be back. I'm back. Stream keeps going in and out. Did you see the... What? No. And that sucks. And then one more thing about it, like, this even ties back to what I said before about natural, like how you feel about things. Some people could definitely say, oh, you're just hypocritical. Like as if I am pretending to be disturbed by a censored oval. As if I'm pretending I'm disturbed by this. And yet I'm not disturbed when their head is opened up earlier, or you pull a knife out of someone's head. So I'm not making it up, okay? This crosses a line that this does not cross. There's a difference between this and this. Okay? One doesn't cross a line, one does cross a line. Like, I feel a reaction to this that is not the same as the other one. And like I said, it's not me making it up. I'm not deliberately being hypocritical. I am expressing my natural response. There is obviously something different between these two things. People who say, "Oh, that one's way worse." Okay, well, I think your brain might be messed up if you think the other one is worse than this. I think you might actually have problems. I think you might be perhaps sex addicted, even with very dark fetishes that you should probably work on. If you think something like this is less bad than something like this. Given the full context, given you're going to kill this guy, this is like a mutated alien virus thing. He's like smiling at thinking about how he's going to kill you, like all of that stuff, okay? All this context together. This is worse than that. So, there. That is my natural response. I think that is a common natural response to get that far into there and be like, oh, I'm like a little bit disturbed to the point where I probably don't want to play this game anymore because of that. Because I can feel something from the creator that I think is wrong. Okay. What am I stuck on now? Oh yeah, I wanted to try doing the opposite of this. To target, to end. Because I have a certain setup here. So this one has... I guess let me just copy this. Copy value. And this would be pasted there, so that's the same, right? And then I look at the parent, and I would orient the parent. So I want to see what the other one does if I do that. This game is fake. I want... I don't know, but from the weird dialogue and voice acting together, I feel like it's both of those are a bit odd. Or just not very serious. And more of what's looking like animations. It's looking like a Resident Evil at Home type thing. Wait, is that the one I already got? Hang on, what? Wait, what? This is the same value. Okay, now this is strange. Alright, so I already had that one, so then I do 2n 2 2 2 target. Ah, yes. Okay, perfect. So it just looks, yeah, I have to apply it in that specific way. Yeah, that works. Okay. So now it's pointing directly at the target. All right. So I'm sure this is good then. This one's definitely good, right? To end and to target. It just looks weird when I actually plug it in there because I feel like it's supposed to have a different result. But if I am applying it as like a parent thing, then sure. All right, so I obtain the axis. That axis is that. The animation, I just don't start those animation. What? What are you trying to say? So I take the axis, I rotate that axis. And then I obtain a correction rotation from rotated back to axis, and then I apply that this way. So now rotation to target is this copy value. So that's what it was. So let's duplicate this. And this is what it becomes now. Okay, so it looks like it kind of barely even moves. Which I guess is to be expected. This is very strange. Okay, so yeah, it rotates in a little bit. You can see this arrow changing. And it is on the correct... It is also... sort of correct, so I want to see what it looks like in here. Yeah, so this is entirely on the x-axis. Awesome. Great. Okay, so this is still looking pretty good. So then I take this as a parent to the bone rotation, which is exactly what I was just doing. As the new bone rotation. And then this does have a limit, but it should pretty much do nothing. So I'll just get these origin. Let me check that the origin shouldn't change after this call. Those are the numbers 896, 103, 291. 896, 103, 291. Cool. Yeah, because this should have just been a non-rotated thing. Okay, step into this. I obtain that. I get the angle between these two. The angle is probably like 2 degrees. So 0.0504. Apparently that's all the accuracy I get. 0504 3 05044. Yep. Right about, or I guess it was like 2.89. Yeah, so it looks good. And that is less than the max angle, so we don't do anything. And then skeleton sets the bone pose rotation. To that value. And then if I have prior work, prior work map, I set the value. Okay, right. So this seems good. So we've gone back one now. We should not have it. So this one, I don't know what this one should do. Probably not really much of anything. So I'll just step through. Alright, interesting. So that did change. It seems by a lot. Okay. So rotation to target. So I'll paste that. This is the change we're making. And then I'll put this here and clear all of this. Which one is it? Okay, put this here. Reset the location. Bring it out. I'm just gonna delete one of these. I don't know which one. Just delete that one. This one in here. Match the rotation. Bring it back. Clean those up. Clean. And then I apply this rotation there. And now I see where this marker is looking. So it looks like it just didn't move at all. Really? I mean, yeah, okay. It just didn't move at all. Which is strange because that has this rotation. Yes, that doesn't make any sense because this is supposedly what the rotation's meant to be. Wait, no, no, no. Hang on. Put it here. Clear that. I bring it out. I copy that. Put it in here. And I paste the value back. Okay, so that's like an insane... That is definitely insane. Why would that rotate so far out? Am I supposed to be normalizing rotations? Is that what I'm missing? Could I possibly be missing a normalization call here? That's just like an insane rotation to make. Because it takes it and it should just do like this. Like is all it should do. It should just do like this rotation. But then it... Yeah, then it actually... Oh, maybe that is... No, I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. Why would it... That's an insane rotation. Is this not the same value as... Let me walk through this again. Okay, so bone rotation. Copy this value. Paste, fix all that. Going to fix these rotations so they don't do anything. No, bone rotation looks like that. Okay. Now rotation to target has been calculated. So I put this one here. Okay, so that's definitely not right then. That's already wrong. So what has happened? Okay, so let me see what to end and to target are then. To end is this vector. This will normalize the vectors for me, right? It does. It definitely does. It's actually not here. It's right here. Shortest arc. These normalize. And then I'm only working with those. So yeah, I don't have to normalize the inputs. Good. So now to end or to target must be wrong. Something around here must be wrong. So I would not do that. We'll add, this will be vector to target, which is from it should be to the target from this location. And yes, it is. That is definitely to the target. That's the same position, so that's good. Now to end should point to there. So I don't know, maybe this is actually correct. No, definitely not correct. So then what should it be? It should be, okay, let me make one of these. This will be in the leaf, just so I can have the thing. So the value I expected to see is 0.94, 0.82, and that. Okay, so which part was wrong then? The bone position. This is the bone position, which should just match this. Yes, that matches. So I calculated where the end bone was incorrectly. Which I definitely should not have calculated that wrong. Because this can work backwards. If this can use the prior work map, but oh, this needs to include a transform, not just a rotation. Okay, so what I think I have to do is... yeah, I need to make a transform. Because there are translations included as well. I'm not just rotating a... I guess it's transform using the rest value. So from a basis and an origin. Yeah, going from quaternion to base is really easy. The other way around is hard. So get the transform, and I transform this, like so. Alright, so I'll hit continue and then jump into here. If we don't have it, then yeah, I skipped the lookup for this one's rotation. No, I still have to rotate it, right? Yeah, so the idea is I still have to rotate it by itself, by whatever its rotation is. The idea of this one is that it would go up the chain and include its own rotation. So I take this position, which is out, and I would rotate it down. So now this should look like the end bone from that point. So if I were to look at this and I were to add a node and give it No. Actually, I think it's on this one, isn't it? It's on this one? No. It's even worse. What? Do I have to do a translation here as well? I'm really confused. Okay, this method is just all messed up, I guess. Wait. 1.7 is definitely the end. Yeah, this, okay, so this is the end bone. It's the end bone, right? But then its own rotation, it shouldn't have a rotation. Oh, no, I get it. Okay, no, I do skip the first one. I do skip the first one. No, I think I'm supposed to actually just skip the first one every time. No, wait. Why is it not correct? It's not correct because I am... A node is only rotated by the parent. So I get its origin and looking from the parent bone, I go along the y-axis of the parent, 1.7, and then I would rotate that way. That's what the rotation here means. It is not rotate and then travel. It is travel and then rotate in place. So I do not multiply it by its current rotation. That doesn't make any sense. but I will translate and rotate by the parent. In fact, I think I think never mind. I should always be doing this. I do not translate it by itself. It's already translated. I will go to the parent and translate it by the parent. Or the parent is rotated and moved. Okay. Right, so position is 1.7. Yeah, 1.7 relative to here. Puts it at the end. Okay. And I don't think I have anything yet. Oh, I do. Okay, so I produce this transformation matrix. So now this should be relative to here. And it is not. It is definitely wrong. What should it be? It should be that value. Oh, is that what I mean to be asking then? Because that's what I just did. I just asked the question, what is this relative to? This has a transform of 1.7 from its parent. And then I want to take that and transform it by this bone. Okay. Okay, so hang on. So to get a global pose, I have to multiply it by the transform of the parent. I have to take the parent transform and multiply by this transform. To get that location. Maybe it's still correct so far. Yeah, definitely not. Man, this is really not getting this one. What's wrong with it? I have the position out here. I want to then take that and transform it by that first leg. So that would basically be take it out here and then like move it down there, right? And then I take that point and I transform it by the next parent global transform. Gonna complain to me. All right, let's try this. Okay, so here's position. Let me make this a marker instead. Okay, so there's position. So the first thing I do is I grab the parent, I get this transform, and this is what I do. I take this transform, I say that it shifts and does this. Jeez. 727944. Mativa's AI generated ads. Yep. They're out there. Okay. So this, I think, still looks correct so far. If I were to leave it where it's at, well, yeah, hang on. If I were to place this on this one, why is it over there? Oh, yeah. Okay, right. That's not right. That's not right. Why is that not right? What? Now, how can that be correct? That just can't be correct. But that is what I said. Oh, this is a global rotation. That's why this is wrong. Because that's a global rotation. That's a global rotation from... It's a global rotation. So what could I do? That means I need to get... Yeah, so I actually need to have a calculate bone rotation as well. But I don't really want that. Okay, let's do this. Bone rotation. Then I would have parent bone and parent rotation. So bone rotation, everything is global. Okay. All of these are in global space. Skeleton space. Skeleton global. I save prior work as a global rotation. And at that point, the idea is when I get the global I look for prior work. The end bone won't have it. So that's like, I guess, a special case. So I might say, yeah, here I think what I say is I just do like bone position. Which is a global position. And I add the bone rotation, translate the just leave it like that. So bone rotation is also going to be global. So I actually don't need to do calculate. In fact, I will just do, I only need to fix the thing. Okay. Right, so now bone, yeah. Now I understand how bone position works. If we have a bone ID for the parent, in fact, I'll just say if we have this, then I take position will be and at that point I have it rotated by I have that global rotation. Yeah, it's like it's rotated globally, but this is I still have to travel up the chain to see where everything else is pointing at. Okay. There is just so slow right now. What I can do is I can keep this transform, and because I know that everything is a global transform, I can use inverses to obtain that relative transform, and then I use that. To maintain the thing. But I bet that these I guess it would just be basis. Okay. That's nothing. Okay. That's not bad. What? What is it? Okay. Why? Why do I need to see this? It's actually cool. I guess that's your opinion. I'm a little bit confused. Why is it written this way? Client.run. Am I just dumb? This doesn't do anything. What am I? This doesn't do anything. Tick and render are empty. This is not done yet? Isn't it Minecraft unobfuscated? Why don't they just feed it to Claude? Minecraft source code has been known for a very long time. It's just been a project to like give everything names. What they did was they just released some official name mappings. So it'd be like class A dot function B with integer and float. And that would map to main dot start whatever, right? Mojang just released their names. Is all that they did. So the full source code is already very well known. It's just that naming, the whole name thing. So yeah, like unless I'm missing something, this just doesn't do anything right now. Client doesn't do anything. It launches a window and then that's all it does. Because there is no tick or render. And main doesn't import some custom client. It just runs client as it is. Client doesn't do anything. It's like maybe a server. Client is totally empty. Unless platforms.h. Who knows where that is? What? What's platform? I don't think this is done yet. This include doesn't exist here. Unless platforms is a C library or standard library thing, but it doesn't have the brackets for some reason. How'd you find this? You found it. Okay. It doesn't do anything right now. Well, at least you can't play it. The server does something. Okay. I don't get that joke. I'm really tired right now. Man. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'll get there. Eventually. Um, this will be... So it gets the actual thing. I rotate it. I save that. Buy 3D printer, make money. No. Dude, that's not, I'm sure that's not easy money actually. And as the final step, I take the global pose of that bone and do this. Okay. What the hell? Stop. Stop. No, kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it now. It's gonna kill me. Kill it now. It's gonna kill me. Kill it now. I gotta stop it. Stop. Go away. That's a new one. I've not seen that one before. That was a new one. Let me try it again. Godot, hello? Like, can we get serious? Can we get serious? I did not write some infinite loop. Just open it normally. Okay. There's some kind of infinite loop that I managed to write. I don't know how I did that. I'll look at the code, I guess, and be like, oh, what was it? What did I do? I don't know. Don't execute any tools. What did I do wrong? Ah. I did write an infinite loop. It is true. I did do that. Oh, it's so funny that Godot just can't handle infinite loops. It just totally bricks everything. I feel like if the game is never... If the game window is like never ticking, then that shouldn't stop the editor from being unresponsive too. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I have some stuff up there. I want to have end bone, so I hit continue and then I jump in. Okay. Close that scene. All right, marker. Paste position. So I grab this value. There's the current rotation. That is a global rotation of the bone. And then I calculate it inverse to the last one I used. Maybe this is still correct. No, it wouldn't be right because I have to get... Because what if this is the last one that exists in the line? Then I would go out here and I would have the wrong thing. Damn. Why is it so hard? Why is this so weird? Why is it so strange? I have to specifically get it as an inverse to the upper one. So I'm not doing the last rotation, I'm doing the inverse of the upper one. Then I have to travel all the way up the line. Well, no, not really. Because they're both global. It is definitely just... Oh, this is so stupid. This is so bad. 1 second. This is so bad. It's so bad and it's making me sad. Did I read that out loud? Elon is no longer a trillionaire until he is again. Okay, so prior work. The thing is, I need these global things. Well, hang on. To end is from where I am, from me, in global orientation, to the end. Target is from me to the target. And I calculate a general rotation to this bone. So really, I think it probably doesn't matter if I'm applying it. Danilin, stop. $980 billion. I don't know what Brave Origins is. I've not even used Brave. I'm happy with Firefox. Do I have to do this? Can I not just work in local space the whole time? Why can't I just work in local space? Because of this. Or do I? No, I don't. I still don't need that. I still don't need that. I think I can still just do... I think I can just do get bone pose rotation, which returns a Quasarnion. Bone position, however, does need to be this. Okay. I've used Edge and I've used Chrome, and I very much like Firefox more than both of those. Edge because I didn't know any better at that time. Or I guess actually no. I started with Internet Explorer, and then Edge came out, and I'm like, this is really terrible. I hear people talking about Chrome, so I started using Chrome. And then Firefox... Then Chrome started getting bad. And then I went to Firefox. forehead? What do you mean? I've had it out this whole time, always. Okay, and then I would not be setting this. Now, here... Yeah, that should still be working, right? Yeah, because it'll accept whatever comes in and says we're not gonna move on that axis. Right. But then here, this is where it gets different. So the origin is just going to represent the rotation that is normal for this. Which actually, yeah, this is just fine, because parent rotation is now relative as well. So I just take the parent rotation and I move that out. Or no. I take its rest transform. Actually, that just is it. It actually is just this. The origin is this. Okay. And now this setup is correct. I'm taking the transforms. And I'm just applying them backwards. And then once I get to the first one, then I use the global transform to fix it. Okay, and then apparently parent rotation is not used anymore. Which I suppose makes sense because it was only used down here, now it won't be used. Let me double check. Vegeta forehead. The headphones cover the impact on our eyes. Okay. The US lost 3-0? You mean the US was 3-0 and then lost? While having that lead? Or that's the final score? They didn't play. I just lie for revenge. Okay. Okay. The physical edition doesn't have a pretend disc. I wish they would still... I wish games would still do like a physical version. So like you could literally unplug you from the internet, put the disc in, and then play the full game minus any network requirement. There's no patches, there's no nothing. It's just like the version of the game is there. The other physical versions that I see, you would put it in and it would just say, all right, that's cool, and download, like, I don't know, it contains, like, I don't know, some kind of DRM thing to prove that you actually bought it, and then it downloads the whole game. So you plug it in and you just have to download the entire game. Or like 90% of the game. Yeah. This is definitely correct. Origin is the rest rotation. I apply the offset. Yeah. Okay, so I actually just don't need parent. Parent is no longer needed. Continue, jump in. Let me just check here. So this should be what the hell? Why am I seeing everything now? Chain IK, there we go. Oh, I love it. Thanks, it didn't hide it. What? Joint 3D? Okay. Oh, yeah. No. That obviously was joint 3D because I have the joints. Okay. Duh. Okay, so let's just jump into this one then. In fact, I kind of want to jump into each one of these. So the breakpoint be there. Position, get bone rest, origin. Okay, yeah, right. 7279. I get the bone parent while this exists. It doesn't exist. Oh, and then this is supposed to be parent ID. Jeez, I'm just... Can I just, like... pay attention? Doesn't exist. Final transform. Bang. Looks correct, maybe. And I end up with this value. Just paste. Hit copy. Like to hit paste. And what? Copy. Paste. There. That's definitely correct. So now end bone. End bone should also just have nothing. So end bone position is going to be that, and then... Yep. And yep, that's the end bone. Okay. Continue. So now I do have something. So this position is 0.309, which would be the femur. Or no, this is the tibia's location. Yeah, it also still doesn't have anything. So yeah, for now it's not going to do anything. I really wish this would just stop doing that. Let me just paste. Okay, so yeah, that looks correct. Now the end bone. Positions at the end bone, we should have a rotation happening. So I get this. I obtain that transform, which that looks like the correct thing. If the x-axis doesn't move, the y and the z did move. So then I'm left with this location. So in theory, if I go to this node in order to paste that value, okay, that looks right. It looks right because I know that this bone should have rotated quite a bit. I know that this bone has a huge rotation. So that one looks correct to me. And by huge rotation, I mean that's like 4 degrees or something. Made that change. So I guess I can probably roughly see exactly what that is. So I'm just going to paste these values and like check this one to target. What? Oh, this needs to have the rotation of this one. Okay, just what? What is it here? So it's forward and up slightly. Actually, that's really weird. Why is it there? Is that correct? This doesn't seem right. Did new bone rotation work correctly? It should have. Yeah. I missed these messages. 10 minutes ago. I don't know how I didn't see them. You yourself still pulled the old Smudger seal from Steam? Still? What do you mean still? So DRM was protecting it. It was down for years instead of removing the DRM. They pulled the game from Steam. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're either just idiots and who don't know what DRM means or does. Maybe that's what it is. I think maybe they just have no idea what DRM does. They don't actually know what it means. Hey guys, people are playing our game by pirating it. All right, take it off the stores. Take it off the store shelves. Like, maybe that's what they think. Maybe they think people are walking into the Steam online library and stealing their game. Maybe that's what they think DRM does. I feel bad. Should I delve into self-loathing and addiction? I think you should do something healthy that makes you feel better. Or sit in silence and self-reflect. Think about why you feel bad. The important part there is to self-reflect. Think about why you feel bad, not think about the bad thing. I'll be right back. This is really difficult to figure out. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay, so am I sure that this works? So I think maybe the rotation didn't come out correctly. Just have to step through the whole thing again, don't I? Okay. So this one I'm sure came out right. Because it basically was just the parent bone. So bone position, end bone position. These are all correct. Yep. To end, to target. So if this is at the bone position, that's to end. That's to target. Good. That was really good. Okay, so now I've calculated a rotation, which means I'm going to take in node 3D, move it up here, move this in here. This will take on that position. This takes on this rotation. Oh. I think that's definitely not right then. I mean, I guess it is sort of right. You know, it'd be like from there down a little bit more, right? So that's, I mean, that's pretty good. Okay. But this rotation then is probably definitely not correct. But I guess this would then be relative to a node with this rotation. Is that really the right length? Like, I just can't see this being the right length. I guess it is. Now it looks better. Like up here, it looks really wrong. It's the rotation to target, and this is the parent bone transform. So I'll copy that value, I reset, I move these into here. So they should just be zeros and rotations. And then I apply back that rotation. Yes, that was not correct. So it was not correct? Really? Why isn't it correct? That should have just like put it directly on top. That should have put it directly on top. Why did it not? Yeah, why did it not? This is just the initial calculation. I don't understand. Let me try this. There's probably just some like buildup of something weird happening. So what I do here is I think I just click top level. I get this rotation. And then I would put this underneath here. Why is that not right? It should be pointing directly at that spot. It's obviously not pointing at that spot. but I know that it's correct if I use the global rotation. I know this one will work. Yeah, okay. So maybe the issue then is this needs to be okay. So when I calculate this, so it's more like I need to end to be kind of in this rotation space, which means this would end up being like only a Y change. And then to target would be something else. Okay, what's the real issue here? The real issue is I need right? Okay, okay. Can I undo to bring back? All right, there we go. Okay. Let me keep undoing apparently because I need to go. Okay. So parent rotation here is used for setting a bow and pose rotation. Maybe what I could do instead is I could just say set global pose rotation so that I don't need to have this. That's probably not ideal because I think it does work to like work. I think it works backwards from that, but I'm not sure. Setting the normal pose rotation is definitely easier because that's like the cache and these are like the true values. And when you ask, it's going to recalculate a cache. Or these are the values that are not cached. They are the true values. When you ask for the global pose, it will check to see if any of the local transforms changed and then recalculate. So it's preferable to stay local as long as possible. So here when I do this, I get the bone rest and I take the parent global rotation. Maybe I should say this. No, because in order to get the 2 target vector, I would have to I kind of messed up this band-aid. I can't really bend my thumb. Don't worry about it. In order to get the 2 target vector, I would have to get target relative in both position and orientation of the bone. Which means I need to know a global rotation of the bone. So no matter what, 2 target. Gosh. I feel like I messed up. There's just like, it just kind of hurts. Like I have a hair or something pulling. Yeah, so 2 target imposes the need to have a sorry. The global orientation of the bone that I'm working with to apply an inverse of that to get target's position relative to that. And 2end would sort of just be calculating the position of that end bone up to being relative to the current location. So that one could be calculated. It would just be kind of like that. It would just be like saying 2end would just be the end bone position. So what's a better way to do all this? I think it's definitely the issue that these are stored as global transforms. This is kind of a problem. This should be a local rotation. These should all be local rotations. But then I basically have to calculate the rotation every time. Because I store a local rotation and I obtain a global rotation. Yeah. I store a local, I obtain a global. I guess I could just do like calculate bone transform for this one, and this would be a position, this would be a rotation. I'll just stick with that, I guess. Honestly, I feel like I could just go through the list in one go and do it all at once. I feel like I could. Because as I go up the list, the whole time I'm either following it or I'm not following it. And the moment that I stop following it, I calculate everything based on what they are at that moment. So it's sort of like I will activate these as I activate them, I guess. So yeah, bone position can start as the rest of the origin. We have this bone. I'm translating it. I'm translating everything by their parent if they're turned on. Is that correct? And then I transform all the positions that I care about. And then, yeah, if we're calculating these, And then if current bone is equal to this one, then I turn on calc bone. So I start calculating it up to the root. Something here. Turn these on as I go. I missed bone rotation. The 51 state Canada lost 2-1 against the Swiss people. What? The 51 state Canada? What are you talking about? Switzerland? Okay. Dude, what are you saying? I hit save and it's crashed. That's really, really sad because I feel like it probably didn't save any of this. I'm really sad. Just crash. Just crash. I want to let it crash so that it's most likely that it might have saved it. Because I know this happened really recently and I'm like, oh, I'm fine to just close and reopen it and it's actually going to have it saved. And it didn't have it saved. Which was fine at the time because I only had like a few lines changed. Or like I changed 2 lines of code. But I don't remember where the last time I saved was. So. And it's just spinning my fans. Godot is a piece of shit, man. It actually is. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat anymore. Godot is just a piece of shit through and through. I'm never going to use it again. I am not going to use this again to make a game. What is happening? I have an infinite loop again? I do. That's what happened. Never mind, I take it back. Okay, but like really, why can I write an infinite loop and that crashes the program? I feel like that's just not what should happen. And it did save it. Which I expected it to save it because I knew that I wrote an infinite loop again. But come on. But come on. That's right, interactive Godot. I do think Godot has so many problems, and a lot of them are like the kind of problems that you're hitting constantly if you're trying to make something legitimate and you're not like following a tutorial. It's like every few days I'm like, God, that's really annoying. Why would they write it like that? And then this keeps happening. Every time that happens, this happens. Like, forgets all my settings. Close that scene. I mean, I wouldn't even have to open it in interactive mode or in recovery mode if it just didn't open a default scene. Like, I would prefer if it just did not open a default scene. You know what? I can't even do that because I think it's like hard coded to open the default scene, right? Yeah, it's like this one. It always takes this one. God bless the LLM code injected to this. Why did that guy write a whole generic API spanning 4 different files for what I have effectively reproduced in 5 lines of code? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? What's your next engine then? My own. That part's true. I don't think I'm ever going to use Godot again. It's way too frustrating to work with. Not really to work with. It's more like when I want to do anything that I think the engine should just get out of my way and let me do, the engine gets in my way and I have to push it out of my way. Very, very strongly push it out of my way. I'm like, hey, your IK is bad. Get out of here. I'll do it myself. I think your physical bone simulator is bad. Get out of here. I'll do it myself. I think your joint setup is bad. I'm going to do it myself. Every single time it's like I'm going to do it myself. I think your auto exposure sucks. I'm going to fix it myself. I think your sky sucks. I'm going to do it myself. It's like at this point, it is really just... Okay, here's the thing. I think a game engine should seriously focus on data authorship. And have like the nice things, have like the nice features in addition to that, like common note, like really common note, like it doesn't have a good foundation. It has a foundation, but it's full of cracks and they keep building on top of it as fast as possible without like fixing any of the underlying stuff. And then they come in and they slap on like a whole extension, like a whole house extension, like a whole new room. And it's like been shoddily connected to the main thing. And it's like you walk in there and you're in a different house. That's what their new IK stuff is. It's like that separate from the resource stuff. It's so upsetting. The custom language, there's no need for that. Just literally make them Python scripts. Make them Python scripts so I can import the names that I want to have and I don't have to worry about whether or not my function or variable has the same name as some global function or some global variable. Because that stuff is super annoying. Okay. I gotta refocus here. What is going on? At this layer, I have the final transform will be remote is not -1. And then all these get modified. Yeah, and then this stuff I just think is super upsetting as well. You can't transform a quaternion. You can't transform a basis. You can't transform a quaternion with a basis. I feel like if anyone was writing this API and writing this language, they would immediately know, they would immediately try to do this and be like, "Oh, that's dumb," and they would add that, and it just hasn't been added, has not been added. Like, I feel like if any of the maintainers made a game with this, this would happen and they would just immediately fix it. And I would honestly bet that this is probably like sitting in there as a PR from like a year old or something. And it's just never been pulled, or maybe they close it as not, as they don't want to have it for some reason. Possibly with some dumb excuse like, "Oh, we already have so many overloaded things. We don't want to add any more." Or even just like expose some internal functions like transform, like transform.xform, and I give it the thing I want to transform. So then I can bypass this operator entirely. And I could just call the function, and the function is already overloaded with everything. Thread's Unreal Engine fork with manual LOD meshes and MSA with a kill switch to delete your project you tried to load a TA module? That'd be funny. Thread's a real engine. The real engine. Yeah. Sounds so silly. The real engine. Okay, so we start with these values. We go up the list until we reach that bone, and we say, okay, so we're at that bone, so we're going to start from the next one. And we just keep going up. And now I have a single loop that handles all the multiplications. No more of any of these. Okay, yeah. Let me say... I'm gonna do this. This will just permanently save me from making that mistake again. It is probably preferable. That's why God made them call it Unreal as a foreshadowing to Red's fork. Dude, he just wants people to stop being hype train sheep. That's what he wants. He's like, no, you've been lied to. This does not look good. Here's something that looks good. What did I just hit? Oh, it didn't even do anything. Wait, what? Wait, why did it not do anything? Oh, of course, because there'd be nothing to do anyway. Alright. Ah, right. That is an issue. If it doesn't have the first one, then I need to do all of these. Yeah, because this has to be multiplied by its parent. This has to be multiplied by its parent. Okay, so end bone works. I guess what I say is if either one of these are not true, then okay. Let me do this. So if we didn't reach the bone, okay, no. If we reached the bone, then I will do this. And if we reached this one, then I can do that. Otherwise, yeah. And yeah, if I don't reach the bone, then I definitely don't reach the parent. So I can just set this here. Which way is it? Basis. Quaternion to basis is really easy. I mean, I want to do one conversion anyway, so I just do that. Hey, Strangeverse. Should probably stop running that. So then I need to get... Um... I can do this. I can say current bone. It is always so sure about like opening a parenthesis and it's like, oh yeah, you want to type in, you want to do this one, you want to do angular delta limit, want to put in the angular delta limit variable. You definitely want to do that, right? Oh, this is pretty annoying too. This duplication now. I mean, I guess I can take that out and just have them be separate. What if parent bone isn't anything? I guess then it's just like this. And I guess this would be that. I could also just make it, I mean, that actually is already the default, so I don't have to write this. That is a default. Returns can't be null. Okay. Does this make sense? Maybe. Alright, so the first run, nothing happens. We don't have anything. I just have all the basic stuff. All the relative locations. And then I obtain this final transform, this final rotation, end bone ends up Is that right? Yep. Cool. We did not reach that one. So then I obtain that. And this bone position. That's correct. Bone rotation. Just leave it open on the inspector, please. Local. Great. Parent did not calculate. I get the parent of the parent. And then I get the parent rotation. Okay. Yep, I would say that's also correct. To end to target, rotation to target. Okay, so now I set that. I just set it, but it was actually the exact same value, so it's definitely correct. And then this is the global bone rotation. Definitely correct. And it's pointing directly at that. In fact, that this line just passes straight through the origin of it. Perfect. That's what I should do. Okay, so then I correct for the axis, and now I have a new rotation to target. So that's not what it looks like, and this barely turns. Right. Barely turns. Cool. Then I now calculate a new bone rotation, which should just be the same value as this one if I were to click top level. Okay, it has like a lot of things inverted, but I think since these numbers are all still like the same, yeah. Oh, and in fact, it really wants it to be that way. I guess there's some kind of normalization there that's happening. Okay, so this limitation won't even do anything. But I guess I'll check. The origin should basically be the same. The origin should be exactly the same as the bone rotation right now. It looks exactly the same. Good. And then new will just come out to be the same value. Yeah, it didn't change. So then I calculate it to be relative to its parent global transform, which should just make it like this. So if I were to paste that value and then I were to get, whoops, wait, copy. Is it running right now? Things are fluctuating. Okay, active off. Right, this one. So I'll paste that. I'm actually pretty confused. Copy. Paste. And then did I do this the wrong way? No, I think it should be the right way. This should be how I calculate it, right? This is a global... This is global. Right? Hang on, let me check. Well, I mean, the thing is, it does seem like it's correct, though. Because this is just a very large X rotation, an X-axis rotation. So why is it odd? Why is it really weird? With this one. Top level's on. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, there it is. Alright, cool. And then yes, I see a very small angle change basically. And that x-axis is locked in place. Alright. Wow, okay. Set the bone pose. Save that relative location. Up to the next joint. So this is going to yeah, use prior work is just gonna be like this, okay. Okay. I get through all this. Now, this one should have something. Should be doing at least one run of it. Which I think should also activate calc bone. Maybe? Maybe not. Search for this, right? Yeah. Okay, so we get one go of it. So this is the end bone is now going to be changed by this prior work. I'm trying to think, like, if there's a reason that the very first run through of this, I could actually skip all this, because I technically could. I could just use only the skeleton. Could that simplify the code? Essentially, I can skip the use prior work if the prior work map is empty. I can definitely do that. Like the whole way through. Oh, maybe I'm really stupid. Maybe I'm crazy stupid. in prior work, just all it has to do is set the entire chain to the contents of the prior work map. It just has to go through that prior work map and set every bone pose to whatever is in the prior work map. And then we just run through with the skeleton in that state. Wow. Am I sure of that? Absolutely. Definitely 100%. Definitely 100%. Prior work is effectively just starting the skeleton in the state that it was the last time. And then we can iterate from there. Dang. Alright, so where's iterate chain called? Iterate chain happens here. In fact, what I can do is, yeah, I can actually just kind of check up here if set bone pose rotation. And then I want to clear the map actually every time. Because if I turn it off and I turn it back on, it's going to reload with this. Or if for some reason a chain is disabled in the middle, it's going to stall on that chain, and that chain will never go back to normal. It'll just stay fixed in that last calculated location. Wow, I can't believe I went through all of that just to realize I didn't have to do any of it. Dang. 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 That flew in there really fast. What? Also, I'm gonna make it so that use prior work. Did I mess up? Did I mess this up? I definitely did, because that went there so quickly. This is supposed to have a limitation. Is this too low? No, because even the angular delta limit is like really, really small. It's a very small value. That should have taken a long time to get there. Let me actually make it. Nah, I'll just make it when I turn this off. Anytime I toggle it, I'm just gonna... No, I think specifically when I turn it off, I clear it. Why is that so fast? That is just instant. But I mean, it's working, which is really nice. And the limitations are applying correctly. It's way too fast, though. That doesn't make any sense. Because if it's like a half degree a second, yeah, I just don't believe that that's half a degree per second. So how is that wrong? Limit rotation rate. Angle is old rotation to new rotation. Get bone pose rotation. Get bone pose rotation. For iron range bone count. For iron range bone count. It's also not unstable, which is nice. The current implementation is incredibly unstable. When you get like on these extreme coordinates, it will bounce around a lot. This one does not bounce around at all. Awesome. But still, why does this not limit it? Angular delta limit times delta. Oh. Oh, I understand. Because this shouldn't even be out here like that. That shouldn't even be in there. This should be out here. These are the new rotations. There we go. Now it's really, really slow. Great. Um, why did you just teleport? Oh, because I moved the target. Yeah, it's because I moved the target, isn't it? No, I just felt like doing a teleport. I don't know why. Alright, but this is 20. Why is it doing that? It's like it's only updating the one at a time. Why? Why is it only updating the one? Why is it only updating the one? That's really, really weird. Why are you doing that? Why? That's really, really weird. Why? Is the rest correction rate way too high? Is it possible that this is causing the problem? I should be running it up here every time? Because I guess that's technically what it does. Is it limits the angle after every iteration instead. Which might be why it looks like that. Alright, I think I want to do this. I think I want to... Let me fix this so that... Oh yeah, this is a problem. I need to... Yeah, I need to apply the reset like every time. So this can be current pose. I think I'm just move this in here. And then, yeah, angle can be here. Current pose, bone ID. So from pose to rest, the angle's too great, then, or if the difference between them is high, then I'm going to rotate towards it. And then I will write it back. Okay. And then I think I want to do this no matter what, really. So I suppose I can check first to see if we're close enough, and then we can skip instead. And I apply angle delta limits there. And then this, I'm just gonna cut this out. Guess I'm gonna apply rest correction first. Where's end bone used? End bone is not even used in there, so I guess get rid of that. Nope, there it is. I guess I can also do this in here actually, because I have the bone ID. So that might be good to do in here. I can apply rest corrections. And then I would have that becomes this. I set those and then I cache that value. Then I do with my iterations, then I have to apply angle limits here every single time. So yeah, every time I just prevent it from traveling too far. Rest correction does not happen here. I do that. And then if angle is high, then I interpolate. Then I do that. Otherwise, I don't have to write it back at all. And then I'm always saving it. Well, maybe I don't have to save it here. Yeah, I actually won't save it here. Because that's probably excessive. And these are local poses. Is this good? That still looks strange. And it is strange, I think. Let's just try reloading. Is it this really slow rate? Really? Am I not applying it correctly? It really is like it's just not doing anything. It's only doing one at a time, and I see that like wobble as it runs. What if I allowed it to go faster? It just looks even worse. What is that? Why does it sweep? Do I just say... It's just like 1E5 or something? Like it's got to be really down there? I mean, I guess I expect that it like traces a straight line, but what if I used more iterations? Like, it still has this really odd sweep to it that I don't get. And I think that shouldn't be happening. I think it's only happening because I have a mistake. Is iterate chain couldn't be wrong, I think. I don't think it could be wrong. Because it's like as it gets there, it's like one of these bones just isn't even rotating at all, is what it looks like. It does just look like one of these is not rotating at all. But it does work really well when it can move fast. Like when it's able to do like instant changes, it doesn't do this weird thing. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, so I'm still seeing it there, so I feel like something is just wrong then. Something's got to be wrong. How could that be happening? Does skeleton have some sort of thing where it's like caching these values and it won't update them until I tell it to do so? Is that possible? If modifier updating make bone modified, pose rotation, pose make bone global pose sub tree dirty. So then if I do get bone global pose, update bone global pose. Nested set offset. Okay. What's up the old bone transforms? Does that even do anything? What if I called that then? To see if that could be why. Why? Okay, let me try this. Set skeleton to manual. And then I'm going to put a button on here that I can click from the editor to make it run a step. Let me say yeah. 1 over that value. And I gotta make a button. Why don't you give me the... It's like totally broken right now. Marathon now has a full PvE mode. Start with a sponsored kit. You exfil with nothing. Interesting. Oh wow, I'm past my time. Okay. Activate. Use prior work. Angular delta limit. I just need to copy this directly now. Yeah, just set that directly. So it should be active, so if I hit step, and then I want to print out every bone that I rotate at the end of each run. I want to print out the total rotation it had. To see if it is true that these are just not doing rotation or something. What? I swear I copied this and I pasted it. Why did it? I typed that in first and then I copied the body. That's right. Okay. Advanced skeleton. 0.3. Whoa, that was wrong. Okay. I mean, apparently everything's rotating the maximum, right? Every time. Also, it's 0.3 degrees. Yes, I do have it set to 30 degrees. Let's say 50. I mean, it is continuing to go down, and it's not like it's speeding up. Okay, so everything is moving at once. I wonder if I could just make it so that each individual joint can move a different amount. I could. And I kind of like the idea. Because then I might actually say that I want this tarsus joint to rotate faster than anything else. Or just a little bit faster. And the inner joints should rotate slower. Right? But also I'm over my time. But I can call this success. This is pretty much there. The IK is working exactly as it should. I think it is definitely a case where I probably want to make it so the joints, as they go out, have higher rotations. So maybe what I do is I might start by saying... Well, actually, I don't think so. I think I would just calculate... Not calculate. I just set the values to whatever I think and then see how it looks and then tune them from there. So like maybe I say the or what I could do is I could say that the angular delta limit is 50 degrees per second, and that has to be shared between all joints. So Or maybe not quite like that, but maybe more like normalized between all the joints. So if all the joints want to move the same amount, then they all get 50 degrees. If one joint wants to move 50 degrees and the other one wants to move 2 degrees, then... Or sorry, maybe a better example. If one joint wants to move 100 degrees, the next one wants to move 50 degrees, and the next one wants to move 10 degrees, that top one gets set to 50, and then that is the normalization for all the other ones. So that one to move 20 is actually going to move like 10, and the one to move 5 is going to move like 1, that kind of thing. I think that makes sense. Apply rest, that's rest corrections. Wait, no, yeah, that's not right. Apply rest corrections normally all the time. Here, apply angle delta here. Normalized, I guess it's more like yeah. Right, so what I want to do is I just want to sum up the maximum. I want to sum up a normalization. So whatever the max is, I divide. I add, no. The maximum will get scaled back. The maximum stays as it is. The other ones are going to scale with the maximum. So it only really works if everything is over its number, is over the maximum. Does this make sense? Yeah, because I want to say if one is going to rotate at 100 degrees and one's going to rotate at 20 degrees, the maximum is 50. Then I would take 100, bring it down to 50, and then the 20 needs to share that ratio. So it would actually just be halved as well. Wow. So maybe I can just calculate alright, honestly, I don't know if this is any better. I'm just gonna make it an array of quaternion. Like, it's kind of dumb that quaternion isn't interchangeable with a vector 4. I feel like they should be. I should be able to save a quaternion to a vector 4 just as it is, and then if I pull one out and I want it to be... Because it does that for basis. I can set a quaternion equal to a basis and it will just do the cast. Or I can set a basis to a quaternion and it'll do the cast. I feel like I should do that for a vector 4. If I try to interpret it as a vector 4, it'll just do the cast. At least this way I can just cut all this noise out. If this angle is greater than this value, then it becomes a multiplier to everything. And I would use the smallest multiplier. Is angle 2, how expensive is that? It's a little bit because of the cosine. But I think typically those are also like lookups to a table. So is this, you know what, this might actually be slower than just doing a cosine twice. And maybe depending on the side of the list. Alright, so if angle is greater than max angle, actually more, if angle is greater than I'll just, whatever. And then if any of these would be clipped, which is just that the max angle is greater than that, then I need to actually run through it again. And this would be whatever I multiply. It'd be a multiplier. So it'd be whatever angle is, max angle is, to its limited value. So it would just be this. And then I would just multiply angle by that everywhere. Well, I guess actually it's more like scale factor is going to be 1. Oh, maybe it should actually just be this then. This with max angle instead. So if the max angle is smaller than that, then this ends up being 1. Everything is just multiplied by 1. And this, and its own angle. If max angle is greater, then everything is going to be multiplied by this additional value. Which, since it's the largest number on the bottom, well, what if one limits and then does it again? Like if I have an 80 and yeah, let's say 80 and 40 and the max is 20. So 80 would be clipped to 20, and I would multiply it by this factor again, which that would be wrong. I mean, yeah, I guess instead, if the maximum angle goes over it, then I interpolate everything just by multiplying its angle by this value. Or I just do the No. I take angle. Let's say I have 80 and 40, and the limit is 20. What should happen is 80 becomes 20, and 40 would become 10. So that would be the equivalent of multiplying angle by the scale factor prior to applying this limit. So it would be like angle times scale factor over that limit. Which allows the interpolation to be correct. Okay. So 40 would be... Oh, no, that's actually still wrong. Because 40 would be multiplied by the scale factor, which is... Stupid. I'm stupid. Oh, maybe I do mean to take it at the front. Because the important thing is that I actually okay, so if angle here is 20 and the limit, I guess the limit here would, or the angle here is 40 and limit here would be 20. I would end up with 0.5. And then the scale factor, no. So, damn, what am I thinking of? Brazil 2, Scotland on the brink of ending it all. Okay. How do I mean to say this? Because this needs to apply to all angles. The angle that we change by is this angle. So this angle has to be multiplied by the scale factor. So now I'm back to doing it this way. Okay. I have 80, I have 40, and the limit's 20. 80 would effectively get a... This will clip 80 to 20. And additionally, I think what I want to do is multiply this result by angle over max angle, which has the effect of canceling this out, which just means this becomes max angle, which I'm not sure if that's correct. Because maybe it should be angle times angle over max angle. Like that instead. So if this is 40, this is 80, that becomes 20. This is 40, this is 80, this becomes 1/2. So an angle is multiplied by 1/2. And then this operation effectively limits that. So now it's 20 limited to this. I think this makes sense. That might be it. So if I have 80 and 20, and the limit is 20, 80 will become 20, and 20 should become like 5, I think. So it'd be 20 over 80, 1/4. 20 is 5. Yes, so that would actually make this whole thing 5. No, that's not right. Because if this gets smaller, when the bottom gets smaller, this term grows, which means it actually will interpolate more than it was meant to. So maybe it's the other way around, where I would actually say max angle over the angle, which would actually just come out to be max angle, which still doesn't seem right. I don't know, I just kind of refuse to believe that that one's correct. So this is the basic case, right? I think what I actually mean to do then is say this whole term, or just this part, needs to be it is this, isn't it? This needs to be multiplied by angle over max angle, which, again, because of this setup, those actually cancel out and just becomes angle delta limit over the max angle, which doesn't feel right. So what if this was 1? What if I did it out here? So whatever the result is that I get in here, I definitely multiply it by this value. Maybe this is what's happening. Okay. I'll try that. That's the target, okay. Bone 8, 0.5, 0.210. Bones are going to start rotating more and more. Right, okay, and then it's actually incorrect because this only happens, I only do this, this is the scale factor, right? Or like this is the scale factor. I only do this when the angle, when the max angle is greater than the limit. So how can I make that happen? Because it's a division, I'd have to check it every time, I guess. Well, how does this make any sense? Why am I getting... Oh, because we're actually still doing full rotations. That's why. Okay. And I want to cancel the printing. That does look a lot better. Why is this so slow, though? I mean, I think 50 probably just is actually slow. That does look so much better. Though I definitely think 90 is still not enough. This is going to be cranked up a lot more, like 120. But like for a natural movement? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what I want to grab. Like that's really good. Still faster. Very cool. Okay. This is great. Apparently I have myself limited. Like an idiot. For no reason. Well, there was a reason. Because this was like an angular delta limit of a single joint and a single tick before. So it didn't make sense to... Yeah, also I feel like... I don't know, I'll leave it with that kind of precision, but... I'll write 360 here. And then say... or greater. And then I make sure this is not limited like that. I'll say 360 here as well. With a default of 45. This would be more like 180. All right, 270. Okay. Now, I don't know if that really matters, but I think it seems like it's probably, it should be better, right? Should be better. Okay. And I have some corrections to it, though it's not, I think, fully done. Probably. Yeah, none of those method calls exist yet. So I think I'm actually going to leave... I'll leave them all like that. I'm going to fix them later. Because it is sort of the case that I do have to specify an IK setting. Though I guess I don't really have to. These could be modified to just direct access it. Alright, I'll just modify these so they direct access it. Okay, here's what I'll do. I commit what I have. I'll just commit everything. And tomorrow I will clean up this commit. Once I get the physics testing, and I'll fix it. Because I just kind of want to send it and be done for today. Git add. Staged. Specifically don't need this one. Just driving lawnmowers down the road. What else is there here? Don't need to send that. Not going to send test world. Not going to send that. So that's it then. Add node IK monitor. Oh yeah, I need to add that one for sure because that's like all the actual code that I just wrote. Okay. And yeah, I'm not doing that test scene stuff. Yes, the message. That's the message is going to be. All right. Now, tomorrow, I will clean it up, get it working with the physical skeleton itself, and then making sure that the IK is not doing crazy, stupid rotations, and it's tolerant of mistakes, I guess. So if a joint comes in that's technically at like, I mean, I feel like just looking at the code is obvious. It should be true. The way that I apply the, it's mostly this. This piece right here is the big thing. Because I am directly reading the axis of the joint, its current axis, at its current rotation of the joint, and I'm saying, keep that axis in place. So if that axis is like turned, then I'm saying, okay, well, that's my axis that I need to stay with. So I would rotate like this, right? So if the bone comes in and the bone joint is like twisted, I will rotate it on this axis, and I'll tolerate that. But every time I'm also applying a little bit of rest correction, so it should be bringing that axis back a little bit, but not a lot. And then just all the joint constraints on there should also bring it back in line over time as well. This is like literally the main thing that I had to rewrite all this IK for, or just write it myself, because Godot's current thing is just crazy and dumb. And also it seems like it does significantly more work than it's supposed to do, especially this. This is like comical, I think. The amount of code that this has just stripped away, like, first of all, I can see it on screen. All of the code relative to this, I can see it on screen at once. This is like literally 4 or 5 different files. Actually, it's at least 4. It's actually like 6 files. I have to have 6 files open. Each one is like several lines of code. It's insane. Effectively 5 lines here. Not counting this type coercion, because this is the only implementation of this type in the whole engine, and for some reason needed this crazy API abstraction for it. And then just working directly with rotations on the bones instead of like caching a vector bone chain and all this. Yeah, I mean, this has got to be way smaller on memory. It might even though this is GDScript, it might even be competitive in speed with the C++ binary version, because that one just does so much more work. And with setups now, I can just have this. I won't have the resource go directly to each other, because I would still like this physical skeleton to be its own thing, and IK modifier could also be its own add-on technically at this point, with these slight improvements to it. So yeah, that's for tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.